The Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
The 74th session of the Senate of the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. We'll be led in prayer today by our distinguished colleague, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. And if I may we also dedicate our prayer today to a distinguished colleague of ours, Senator Biazon, who's in the ICU trying to recover from a bad case of pneumonia. So let's pray for him as well.
Sir President, during the time that I was your Secretary of Foreign Affairs, I had the opportunity to be in the presence of human royalty and, of course, His and Her Excellencies all over the country. And I observed the solemnity of the moment before we entered the presence of these people. So may I request, since we are entering the presence of the living and almighty God, we all spend just a few seconds preparing ourselves to be in the presence of the most holy God. In His word, Matthew 4:17, when the Lord Jesus began preaching, simple lang po naging mensahe niya. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven has come near. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven has come near. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven has come near. Napakasimple po ng ibig sabihin ng repent. It means to change your thinking. It means about face. Kung palayo ka sa Diyos, lumapit ka. Many times, the leaders in this chamber, and of course, the mayors, the members of the military, the members of Congress who usually visit us here, our visitors sa mga committee hearing, pinagdadasal po natin ang napakagagandang innovation, think big, big dreams for the country, best practices, projects all around the world na kaya ng Pinoy or Pinoy ang gumawa doon. But many times, yung pinakasimple ang ating pinagdadasal. And this can also be seen when the apostles went to Jesus and were worried about what they had to eat. At ano sagot sa kanila ng Panginoon Jesucristo? Sabi po sa Matthew 6:25-33, therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink, or about your body, what you will wear. It is not life more than food, and body more than clothes. Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they? Can any of you, by worrying, add a single day, a single hour to your life? And why do you worry about clothes? See how flowers grow. They do not labor or spin. Yet I tell you that even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these trees. If that is how God clothes the grass of the field, which is here today and tomorrow is thrown into the fire, will He not much more clothe you, you of little faith? So do not worry, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or what shall we wear? For the pagans run after these things, and your heavenly Father knows you need them. Ito po ang mabigat. Pagkatapos sabi ng Panginoon, huwag niyo nang isipin kung anong kakainin niyo. Huwag niyo nang isipin kung anong iinumin niyo, yung pananamit niyo. Ang sabi niya, simple lang. But seek first His kingdom and His righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. So malinaw po na tayo naghahanap ng pagkain sa ating kababayan, tayo naghahanap ng pabahay para sila'y matirahan, tayo naghahanap po ng tamang sweldo, pagtaas ng minimum wage. Lahat po ito maganda. Pero sabi ng Panginoon, huwag niyong intindihin yon. Ang intindihin niyo, seek first His kingdom and righteousness, and all things shall be added unto you. So with that word, Lord Father God, we come into your presence and ask in the name of Jesus that we learn to repent and we learn to follow your priority, which is to first seek your kingdom and righteousness. Lead us in this, Holy Spirit, as we ask, Lord, for the kingdom to open up the doors, Lord, of your resources to our people. Healing, Lord, to Senator Biason, to those who are suffering from COVID, for those who are suffering from grave illnesses, Lord. Bless this chamber, Lord, that we may lead the country by seeking first your kingdom and starting by repenting. We lift this up to you in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Present.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 senators physically present and 1 senator virtually present for a total of 23 senators, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 73rd session, Tuesday, May 23, 2023, and consider the same as approved. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Before we go to the reference of business, Mr. President, let me acknowledge some guests in the gallery. Guest of Senate President Mig Zubiri, Deputy Speaker Nabil Al-Fadtan of the BARM, Ismail Rasul, member of the BARM Parliament, guests of Senator Escudero, members of the LGU of Gubat, Sorsogon, led by Mayor Ronald Lim, guests of Senator Alan Cayetano, members of the Headquarters Academic Group of the Philippine Military Academy, led by Brigadier General Jose De Mar Pauli, guests of yours truly and our Minority Leader, our former colleague in Congress, Mayor Rosendo Labad-Labad of Sindangan, Zamboanga del Norte, Mayor Alberto Bongkawel of Siayan, Zamboanga del Norte, Mayor Ismael Rengio of President Manuel Rojas, also of Zamboanga del Norte, Mayor Marisa Manigsaka of Rizal, Zamboanga del Norte. Likewise, guests of Senator Jingo Estrada, Mr. Peping Agduma, Municipality of Lambayong, Sultan Kudarat, Attorney Rose Agduma, and Ms. Therese Angela Daza. Last but not the least, guests of Senator Tolentino, Councilor Michael Francis Tolentino of Tagaytay City, and the members of the Samahang Kickboxing ng Pilipinas that hold a total of 29 medals, 3 golds, 7 silvers, and 19 bronzes at the recently concluded 37 SEA Games. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, and we'd like to congratulate. First of all, welcome to your Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome po kayo dito sa Senado ninyo. At lalo na sa ating mga atleta sa Southeast Asian Games, congratulations to the kickboxing team. Kasabay ko kayo pinapanood together with the Arnis and Taekwondo. Magkasabay kayo lahat nung naglaro. So, yung nga lang, ang kickboxing gymnasium na ginamit nyo, walang aircon. Mainit. Ayan ang complaint ni Senator Tolentino, mainit daw dun. Sila ba kumalaban dun sa isang yung transgender fighter ng Thailand? Congratulations to the kickboxing team.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Yes, there being no objection to the motion, Secretary, please proceed the reference of business.
Message to the President of the Philippines. Letter of His Excellency President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. dated 22 May 2023, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Number 2020, entitled An Act Establishing the Maharlika Investment Fund, providing for the management, investment, and use of the proceeds of the fund and for other purposes.
To the Committee on Rules.
Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2234, providing for free hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, and other Department of Health approved dialysis procedures to all senior citizens. Senator Lapid.
To the Committees on Health, Demography, Social Justice, and Finance.
2235, ensuring the welfare and protection of business process outsourcing workers in the Philippines. Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Labor, Employment, Human Resources Development.
2236, extending the life of the Philippine Aerospace Development Corporation by another 50 years, amending for the purpose PD 286 as amended. Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
Resolutions. Proposed Resolution 635, directing the Senate Committee on Culture and the Arts to conduct an inquiry to shed light on the adequacy of protection given to national heritage buildings and artifacts, and specifically look into the circumstances of the fire which engulfed the Manila Central Post Office building in order to put in preventive and mitigating mechanisms and secure proper funding to prevent the same tragedy from happening to other national treasures. Senator Cayetano,
To
AP.
the Committees on Culture and Arts and Finance.
636, urging the national government to support the restoration and rehabilitation of the Manila Central Post Office with the end view of ensuring its conservation and preservation as an important cultural property. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Culture and Arts and Finance. And I believe I also filed a bill. I'm asking my staff. General David, do you have the resolution in the creating of the new special committee? When can we file it? Yes. Okay. Kasi hindi ko nababasa dito. Okay. Thank you very much. Majority Leader? Yeah, with the permission of the body, because we're thinking of coming up with a special committee, special Senate committee to create a special committee to look after the rehabilitation of the Central Post Office building, restoration and rehabilitation. So hopefully we'll be able to have that filed and we can approve it maybe by next week. Thank you. Majority.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration Senate Bill number 2212 under Committee Report number 67. This is the bill on Regional Specialty Centers Act.
Yes, there being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we have closed the period of interpellation. With that, I move to open the period of amendments.
There be no objection, period of amendments is open.
With no committee and individual amendments, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There be no amendments, we close the period of individual amendments.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2212. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, Senate Bill number 2212 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations to the sponsor. Thank you very much to the sponsor. Alam nyo, campaign promise ko din po yan. Bukang bibig ko sa lahat ng rally yan.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize
the sponsor, Senator Bongo.
Mr. President, maraming salamat po sa mga kasamahan natin dito sa Senado. At gaya ng sinabi po ni Senate President, isa po ito sa kanyang pangako na atin lang pong tinutupad sa lahat po ng mga co-authors ng bill. Senators SP, President Mig Subiri, Senator Sani Angara, Senator JB Ejercito, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Estrada, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Robin Padilla, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Chis Escudero, mga authors po ito ng bill neto at sa mga kasamahan natin dito sa Senado, Senator Coco Pimentel, the minority, and Senator Risa, salamat po kahapon. At natapos na po itong ating interpellation and amendments, and hopefully ay may pasa po natin ito sa third reading next week. At matulungan na natin yung mga kababayan natin na magkaroon po sila ng specialty centers sa mga DOH regional hospitals. Salamat rin po Senator Loren Legarda, Senator Binay, Senator Lapid, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Tol Tolentino, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Senator Bato de la Rosa, sino pa ba? Sana wala na akong nalimutan. Lahat ng tumulong at sumuporta dito para po ito sa mga kababayan natin na kailangan po ng tulong, lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahirap. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat din our distinguished sponsor, Senator Bongo. And of course, yes, we'd like to recognize our majority floor leader.
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader Joel Villanueva.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick parliamentary inquiry. If this representation was not recorded as one of the co-sponsors of the measure, because I distinctly remember during the floor deliberation when the sponsorship was delivered, this representation asked that
My apologies.
this be
I'm
part
sorry
of,
po, apologies po. Ang ating
problem.
Senator Joel Villanueva, ang ating Majority Floor Leader, ay co-author din po nitong
Thank you.
bill na ito at co-sponsor. Ikaw rin po ang nangungunang nag-push nitong bill na ito. Maraming salamat po, Senate Majority Floor Leader. Hindi ko lang po
Thank you,
nakita
Senator
kanina,
Bong.
hinahanap ko isa-isa.
Thank you, Senator Bong. Thank you.
Salamat po, salamat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this is a game changer for the Filipino people. Alam mo, this week lang naglabas po ako ng guarantee letter sa mga taga-probinsya para sa heart center. And also another one for the Kidney Institute. Galing pa sila ng Mindanao. So hopefully meron na po tayong NKTI sa Mindanao, sa Visayas, sa Northern Luzon, sa Bicol, pati heart center dito sa mga lugar na ito. Hindi na po nila kailangan mag-bypass pa, magpa-heart bypass or angioplasty in the Philippine Heart Center in Quezon City. They can do it already near Aurora if there's a Region 3 hospital. At least hindi na po tayo mahihirapan magpagamot sa kanila dito sa mga lugar na ito.
Mr.
So,
President.
congratulations to the Senate for spearheading this measure. I'm
Mr.
not sure if they passed it in the House already. I'll ask the Secretary.
Mr. President, pasado na po sa House. At salamat rin po kay Senator Raffy Tulfo and Senator Gatchalian po sa pagsuporta ng bill na ito.
Oh,
Sa lahat ng mga kasamahan natin, salamat.
Full support na sila. Thank you very much, Senator Go.
Likewise, Mr. President, this only goes to show that, again, here in the Senate, we really cross party lines. We thank our colleagues for the support, for overwhelming support for this bill on the specialty centers. We would like also to thank the minority, Deputy Minority Leader
Absolutely.
Risa, Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, for their support for this measure. Again, that's why I'm proud to be in the Senate. We always cross party lines for the betterment of our people. And being one of the authors of this measure, I know this is very dear to you, our dear Senate President. And we even added during the last budget season, the 2 billion that was allotted for the specialty centers, we even doubled here in the Senate. So this is a milestone, a landmark legislation by the Senate. So with that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2212.
There be no objection. The bill is hereby suspended and hopefully move for third reading approval on Monday. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee report number 71 on Senate Bill number 2233. This is the bill strengthening public-private partnerships. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. The motion is approved. It's hereby transferred.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2233 under committee report number 71.
There be no objection. Senate Bill number 2233 is hereby considered, and we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act strengthening public-private partnerships, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
And I recognize the Majority Floor Leader since he is going to be the sponsor. We'd like to recognize the sponsor of the measure, no other than our Deputy Majority Floor Leader, JV Ercito, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. The importance of infrastructure to a country's development and progress cannot be overstated. Strong and good infrastructures enable trade, businesses, employment, opportunities, economic growth, and development. This is why it is imperative for us to address our country's infrastructure gap now for it to fully contribute to inclusive growth and poverty eradication. We should endeavor to build a nation where accessibility and opportunities are shared and enjoyed by all Filipinos. Today, I'm elated to stand this afternoon to report back to this august body, Senate Bill number 2233, under Committee Report number 71, in substitution of Senate Bills number 765, 1022, 1251, 1344, 1613, 1974 and 2068. Taking into consideration House Bill number 6725, which seeks to strengthen public-private partnerships or PPP in the country. I thank my co-authors of this measure, Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, Senator Angara, Senator Jinggoy Ercito Estrada, Senator Amy Marcos, and our Senate President Lauren Legarda, Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda, our Majority Leader Senator Villanueva, Senator Win Gatchalian, and Senator Bong Revilla Jr. Mr. President, while there have been significant achievements and critical reforms in infrastructure development over the past years, these have not been enough to catch up on decades of underinvestment. In terms of global performance and ranking of overall infrastructure quality, the country continues to lag behind its regional neighbors in the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. In the 2019 Global Competitiveness Report released by the World Economic Forum, the Philippines ranked 96 overall out of 141 countries in terms of infrastructure development. It was 102nd in terms of transport infrastructure and 96 in terms of utility infrastructure. The Philippine Development Plan of 2023 to 2020 aptly captures the state of the country's infrastructure. Given the growing economy, archipelagic landscape, expanding population, and rapid urbanization, the Philippines requires intensified infrastructure spending and better selected infrastructure investments to support a higher growth trajectory and improve quality of life in both urban and rural communities. Mr. President, the PDP 2023 to 2028 outlines some major areas that require critical infrastructure investments, like our transportation facilities, water supply and sanitation services, health infrastructures, irrigation infrastructures, and education infrastructures, among others. Mr. President, to address these public issues, the overarching objective for the infrastructure sector over the medium term is to build better more. One of the strategies identified is to sustain annual infrastructure spending at 5% to 6% of the GDP, with the public-private partnerships playing a key role. Through the years, the concept of Build, Operate, Transfer, or BOT has evolved into what we know now as PPP. Republic Act number 6957, otherwise known as the BOT law, was enacted in 1990 and it was subsequently amended by RA 7718 in 1994. After more than 30 years since the passage of the first BOT law, the government has broadened and deepened its understanding of structuring and managing PPP contracts. The infrastructure market and certain aspects of the policy environment have likewise changed much since then. Thus, the need to update the existing law through identifying critical reforms needed to incorporate these lessons learned and to adopt the best practices as currently observed. Mr. President, the PPP Act is a product of learning experience by the government in doing PPPs. This bill seeks to enhance and reinforce the PPP program with an view of accelerating infrastructure development and promoting inclusive and sustainable growth. No less that the President acknowledges the potential of PPPs in addressing our infrastructure needs. During his first State of the Nation address, the President identified the PPP Act as one of his administration's legislative priorities and outlined its policy objectives. Mr. President, I would like to highlight the major reforms introduced in this measure in order to boost Philippine PPP program. Number one, providing a unified legal framework for all PPPs at the national and local levels to create a stable and predictable environment for collaboration between the public and private sectors in infrastructure development, thereby reducing transaction costs and improving the ease of doing business in the country. Number two, updating the approval thresholds of national PPP projects, allowing the NEDA Board Investment Coordination Committee to update it in order to provide a simpler and more effective PPP approval process. Number three, recognizing the autonomy of LGUs by retaining the approval of local PPP projects through the local sanggunians while providing mechanisms to ensure harmonized investment programming between LGUs and the national government. Number four, enhancing competition and protection of public interest by improving the framework for unsolicited proposals. The proposed bill provides clear rules on prohibited government undertakings, and institutes a bonus system in a longer period for the comparative challenge to foster competition. Number 5, providing a predictable and stable tariff regulation regime that is expected to reduce investment risk and enhance the overall efficiency and financial sustainability of the PPP program, leading to the long-term success of the PPP program and the delivery of optimal benefits to all stakeholders. Number 6, strengthening enabling institutions for PPPs, namely the PPP Center, the PPP Governing Board, the Project Development and Monitoring Facility. And number 7, institutionalizing PPP best practices, such as providing for the use of alternative sources of financing, establishing a PPP risk management fund, requiring dispute avoidance and alternate dispute resolution mechanisms in PPP contracts, the adoption of contract management and risk mitigation plans, and promoting transparency through the public disclosure of tender documents and PPP contracts. Mr. President, the value of PPPs in delivering infrastructure need of the country and utilizing the efficiencies of private sector participation is crucial to build better more. We need enormous investments, resources, and innovation from the private sector. Translating these PPP opportunities into more jobs, improved competitiveness, and higher economic growth is imperative and urgent. We need to work double time and not let the country at the heels of our ASEAN neighbors. Mr. President, let us enable and promote a legislative and policy environment where healthy partnerships between the public and the private sector can thrive for the benefit of the Filipinos. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this humble representation calls for the immediate passage of Senate Bill number 2233. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Majority Floor Leader. My co-sponsorship speech, I will just insert into the records of the Senate, and I will just submit this to the Secretariat now to hasten the proceedings. But before we move on, I'd just like to greet my wife, who's in the, of course, the gallery, together with my son, Wanmi. It's nice to see him here. He used to come here when he was 4 and 5 years old. Now he's 13-year-old boy.
We welcome the
Pogi-pogi, mas pogi sa akin yan. An
Yes,
improved
we-
version of the father.
we welcome the Commander-in-Chief of your house, Mr.
And the Commander-in-Chief, the Speaker of my house.
the Speaker of your house.
He's here as well.
Likewise, Mr. President, Senator Grace Poe wishes to be a co-author of the bill. So I
Take
hope
note of that.
to manifest.
Take note of the manifest.
Next to give his co-sponsorship speech is the Chairman of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Bong Revilla. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the great province of Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to join our distinguished colleagues in sponsoring Public-Private Partnership Act. It is hoped that this measure will bring us to a more vibrant and prosperous economy in the post-pandemic era. Bahagi ito ng mga hakbang upang makamit ang mga pangarap natin tungo sa mas maunlad na kinabukasan. I would like to thank our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for his efforts for this measure. We are one step closer in the realization of one of the legislative priorities of our President Bongbong Marcos Jr. At bilang katuwang tayo ng ehekutibo, ginampanan natin ang tungkuling isakatuparan ang mga adhikain natin para sa ating bayan. Long we have dreamed of having a transport system that would be at par with the train system of Japan, an airport like that Changi in Singapore, and a highway system as expansive as that of the USA. Yung dating pangarap lang natin na tinatanaw sa malayo ay minamasdan at hinahangad na matamasa, ilalapit na natin sa realidad. With the new PPP law, we are now better equipped to turn these dreams into reality. Tayo ay mas may armas para pandayin ang ating inaasam na maginhawang bukas. PPPs are mechanisms that offer more benefits than risks to our development. Masigurado ang benepisyo, garantisado ang ginhawa para sa taong bayan. With PPP's project may be completed sooner. Higit pa rito, may mga proyektong mas nagiging posibleng masagawa. PPPs make what seems to be just ambitious endeavors into a working reality. In fact, it is a promising route as we pursue the massive infrastructure development in the country under the Build More banner. Magkakaroon ng mas maraming kalsadang patag para sa mas maayos na daloy ng mga produkto at serbisyong direkta sa tao. May tulay na magtatawid sa mga lalawigan sa isa't isa at mga infrastrukturang magbibigay ng kaunlaran sa bayan. With PPP, all available resources are accessible so that only the best of the best will be produced. This is the promise of the PPPs that today, as we bring it closer to reality, will benefit our countrymen. The PPP law recognizes the vital role of the private sector as our partners in economic development. Gaya nating mga lingkod bayan, katuwang din sila ng Estado tungo sa mas epektibo at direktang paghahatid ng serbisyo publiko. We learn from each other. That is why we call it a partnership, PPP, Public-Private Partnership. Sa samahang ito sa pagitan ng Estado at pribadong sektor, ang layunin natin ay isang makabuluhang ugnayan para gawing realidad ang minsang pangarap lamang. At sa huli, ang tanging hangad natin ay maramdaman ng ating mga kababayan ang benepisyo, lagi ang taong bayan ang dapat panalo. I call on our fellow senators to support this measure. Magkaisa tayo para sa agarang maisabatas ang panukalang ito. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you to our Chair of the Committee on Public
Yes.
Works.
Maraming salamat sa Chairman of the Mother Committee. Yes po.
Yes, Mr. President, before we continue, Senator Sani Angara wishes to be a co-author of the measure as well.
Yes, we take note of the manifestation.
Next to give his co-sponsorship speech is Senator Wing Gatchalian.
We'd like to recognize the ninong of my son, who's here, waiting for his mana.
Waiting
The distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Wing Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you to my compadre. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, good afternoon to you all. I rise before you today to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2233, otherwise known as the Public-Private Partnership Act, a crucial measure that seeks to sustain the momentum of delivering much-needed public infrastructure in our country. As policymakers, we recognize the importance of enhancing the delivery of public services while lessening reliance on foreign borrowings. To achieve this, we must continue to innovate and foster effectiveness in procuring and delivering infrastructure projects. One such innovation that has proven successful is the Public-Private Partnership or PPP program. The PPP program has created an enabling environment for the private sector to participate and become part of the government's efforts in providing public goods and services. Sa pamamagitan ng PPP, mas naging abot kamay ang pagpapatayo natin ng mga infrastrukturang nagpapagaan sa pang-araw-araw nating pamumuhay. Sa tuwing tayo ay patungo sa ating mga probinsya, mas maginhawa tayo nakakadaan sa Metro Manila Skyway, NLEX at SLEX na nagsisilbing tulay upang mapabilis ang biyahe natin. Upang maiwasan ang pagiging late sa pagpasok sa trabaho, hindi rin kinakailangan makisabay sa trapiko sa EDSA dahil sa serbisyo ng MRT. Ginong Pangulo, ilan lamang ito sa mga proyektong naging produkto ng Public-Private Partnership sa ating bansa. Sa pagsulong natin ng panukalang ito, tiyak na mas marami pang mga infrastruktura ang mapapakinabangan natin at maging ng mga susunod na henerasyon. Mr. President, we have learned from the common pitfalls encountered by the PPP program, including the ambiguities in existing laws bottlenecks, and coordination challenges, and the difficulty in gaining support from other government agencies tasked with overseeing the program's compliance. Through this measure, we aim to address these challenges by providing a more competitive and enabling environment for the private sector to mobilize its resources for the PPP projects and by strengthening enabling institutions for PPPs, such as the PPP Center, the PPP Governing Board, and the Project Development and Monitoring Facility. In a nutshell, the PPP Act provides a unified legal framework for all public-private partnerships at the national and local levels, encompassing various types of arrangements such as joint ventures and toll operating agreements, and improving the system for unsolicited proposals. This comprehensive framework creates a stable and predictable environment for collaboration, ensuring that both the public and private sectors have clear guidelines and procedures to follow. By establishing a robust foundation, we can attract more private investment and expertise to address our pressing infrastructure needs. Moreover, the PPP Act enables us to tap into the vast expertise and innovation of the private sector. By leveraging the knowledge and resources of private companies while providing guidelines to our implementing agencies in managing PPP contracts and mitigating risk for PPP projects, we can accelerate the implementation of infrastructure projects, ensuring that they are completed on time and to the highest standards. The Act serves as a bridge that connects the public and private sectors, fostering a collaborative approach to address our infrastructure challenges. To end, allow me to express my gratitude to the sponsor of this bill, Senator J.V. Arcito, and to my fellow co-authors, Senate President Mig Zubiri, Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda, Senator Sani Angara, Senator J.V. Arcito, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Grace Poe, and Senator Bong Revilla Jr. for their collective insights in drafting this important measure. Mr. President, the Public-Private Partnership Act is a transformative piece of legislation that will set the stage for a new era of infrastructure development in our beloved country. It paves the way for collaboration, efficiency, and progress. Indeed, this act serves as a catalyst for progress, unlocking new opportunities and enabling us to build a more resilient and prosperous future for all Filipinos. Thank you very much, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague, Senator Gatchalian.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor is our Majority Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished Majority Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished Deputy Majority Leader. First of all, let me give my best regards to Boss Audrey and Wanmi inside the session hall. Mr. President, allow me to sponsor this measure. This is one of my pet bills, Mr. President. It's such an honor and privilege to stand before you today and sponsor Senate Bill number 2233 under Committee Report number 71 entitled An Act Strengthening Public-Private Partnerships, Appropriating Funds Therefore and for Other Purposes, which took into consideration our Senate Bill number 1613. Mr. President, the initiatives on public-private partnerships have proven itself time and again to be productive and efficient in providing the basic needs of the people around the world. In India, for example, the government tapped private companies in delivering development services using ICT-based rural infrastructures. In Peru, companies providing public telecommunication services contributed 1% of their gross revenue to an investment fund for the provision of telephone service in rural localities. Mr. President, in Argentina, Indonesia, and Bolivia, government partnerships with private companies improve the quality, quantity, and cost of drinking water in low-income areas. So, Mr. President, clearly, PPP empowers our capacity to mobilize private resources, specifically in financing constructions, operations, and maintenance of infrastructure development projects. Since the enactment of Republic Act number 6957 as amended by Republic Act number 7718, or the law governing all PPP undertakings, the number and magnitude of infrastructure projects continue to rise steadily, Mr. President. Based on PPP Center's 2021 annual report, the PPP program has awarded a total of 183 projects amounting to at least 2.29 trillion pesos as of December 31, 2021. Mr. President, this year alone, 2023, 194 flagship infrastructure projects amounting to 9 trillion are underway, with new projects including the Ninoy Aquino International Airport Rehabilitation, UPPGH Diliman Project, Ilocos Sur Trans-Basin Project, Metro Cebu Expressway and railway projects in Panay, San Mateo, and Mindanao, among others. Of the 194 projects, Mr. President, 45 po are expected to be financed through partnerships with the private sector. So, Mr. President, given these achievements and upcoming multiple big projects, it is imperative to have a strong public-private partnership program that will not only sustain ongoing projects, but more importantly, create more job opportunities for all Filipinos. This measure, Mr. President, is a win-win to all stakeholders involved, the government, the private sector, and the workers. Let me take this opportunity once again to thank our chairperson, Chairman Senator Bong Revilla Jr., our ever-dependable Deputy Majority Leader, the sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for acting swiftly in this very important piece of legislation. Again, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, distinguished Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, likewise, Senator Sani Angara would like his co-sponsorship speech be inserted to the records. I stand corrected that he wanted to be co-author. So with that, I so manifest, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2233 under Committee Report number 71.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 70 on Senate Bill number 2224. This is the bill on ease of paying taxes. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2224 under Committee Report number 70.
There being no objection, the motion is approved. We have Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act introducing administrative reforms, amending sections 21, 22, 34, 51, 56, 57, 58, 76, 77, 81, 90, 91, 103, 106, 108, 109, 110, 112, 113, 114, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 128, 200, 204, 236, 237, 241, 242, 43, 45, 48, and 269 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Win Gatchalian, the chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The very hardworking, dashing, debonair,
The most eligible
bachelor of the Senate is recognized, Senator Win Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm only next to Senator JV Ejercito. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is a great honor to stand before you today to speak about an issue that affects us all as citizens of the Philippines, the payment of taxes. It is an obligation that every Filipino citizen must fulfill. However, for too long, the process has been convoluted and frustrating for many of our kababayans. Having served as the Chief Executive of Valenzuela City for 9 years, I have witnessed firsthand the transformative power of streamlining government procedures and leveraging technology to enhance public service and combat corruption. Throughout my tenure, it has been my principle that our taxpayers are not just individuals but valued clients of the government. They are the backbone of our communities, the driving force behind our economy, and the catalyst for our nation's progress, even in the most challenging times. To this end, we launched the Simple Speed Service Excellence in Public Service Program, which is now known as the 3S Plus program. By embracing innovative technologies and streamlining traditional processes, we successfully simplified tax collection and improved transparency for taxpayers. As a remarkable outcome of this initiative, we witnessed substantial revenue growth of 133.33%, with tax revenue escalating from about 900 pesos in 2004 to 2.1 billion pesos in 2013. Mr. President, as policymakers, it is with utmost determination and dedication that we pledge to extend this progress to a national level. This representation can only imagine a nation where our taxpayers are not burdened by unnecessary policies, bureaucratic red tape, and antiquated system. There's no denying that there is still a long way to go for us to fully safeguard the welfare of our taxpayers. We must also pursue the necessary administrative and legislative reforms that will alleviate the burdens associated with tax payments. To provide a clear picture of these challenges our taxpayers are facing, allow me to share some real-life scenarios that they encounter in our current tax system. To begin with, the one-size-fits-all approach in taxation does not work for the existing classifications of taxpayers in the Philippines, which are the large and non-large taxpayers due to their varying capacities, resources, and compliance costs. Imposing the same set of tax requirements and procedures on all taxpayers disregards the unique circumstances and challenges faced by different taxpayer categories. Sa madaling salita, para nating ikinukumpara ang kapasidad at kakayahan ng mga malalaking clothing company at mga tiyangge sa pagbabayad ng buwis. Para nating ikinukumpara ang kumpanyang kumita ng milyon-milyon sa mga maliliit na tindahang kumikita lang ng sapat upang mabuhay. While small taxpayers struggle with the administrative burden and costs associated with complying with complex tax regulations, all enterprises are also required to pay an annual registration fee in the amount of 500 pesos for every separate or distinct establishment or place of business. This 500 peso fee may seem inconsequential to some, but for microbusinesses, it poses a significant obstacle to their financial stability and growth. Moreover, the process of filing tax returns and settling taxes due in the Philippines come with certain limitations that can make it challenging for some taxpayers. Currently, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, or BIR, permits our taxpayers to file and make payments from any location. However, it is important to note that this provision is not enshrined in any piece of legislation, which means that the BIR retains the discretion to alter this arrangement at any given time. The BIR has made commendable efforts by introducing reforms like the electronic filing and payment system, which enable taxpayers to file returns and make tax payments remotely. However, only specific taxpayers are currently mandated to use this system, including large corporate and individual taxpayers. In fact, according to the 2021 data provided by the BIR, around 432,295 income tax filers filed manually. These more than 400,000 taxpayers represent our kababayans who may have faced the hurdles of enduring long queues, traveling long distances, and in some cases incurring expenses to seek the assistance of tax professionals. This reality is often overwhelming and burdensome, but it is even worse for those who are residing overseas and are heirs to unsettled Philippine-based estates with unpaid taxes. Halimbawa, si Juan de la Cruz ay matagal nang naninirahan sa Estados Unidos. Sa hindi inaasahang pangyayari, namatay ang kanyang ama na naninirahan sa Bukidnon na nagmamay-ari ng lupa ng kanilang pamilya. Bilang natatanging tagapagmana at natitirang may-ari ng lupa ng kanilang pamilya, kinakailangan pa niyang bumalik dito sa bansa at pumunta sa Revenue District Office na sumasaklaw sa lugar kung saan residente ang kanyang pumanaw na ama upang maasikaso at malutas ang ipinataw na estate tax. The inconvenience, the cost, in addition to the disruption to their personal and professional lives, are just too much to bear. This situation is not only impractical, but also unfair. It adds insult to injury to those who have already suffered the loss of a loved one. Mr. President, we must acknowledge that our taxpayers demonstrate the willingness to fulfill their obligations. However, such constraints that this representation has enumerated often hinder timely tax payments. Consequently, taxpayers may face penalties and interest charges that could have been easily avoided if their government made it easier for taxpayers to comply with their obligations. Given this context, I stand before you today to sponsor Senate Bill number 2224, otherwise known as the Ease of Paying Taxes Act. The proposed measure aims to establish a tax administration system that will not only encourage taxpayers to pay their taxes truthfully in a timely manner, but also facilitate a more efficient tax collection to fund various government programs. Specifically, this bill proposes to introduce the following administrative reforms to simplify tax compliance and strengthen taxpayers' rights by amending certain provisions of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997. First, the proposed measure aims to enhance the segmentation of taxpayers by the BIR by adding classifications specifically for micro, small, and medium taxpayers. Under this provision, these classifications will take into consideration various factors, including the taxpayer's annual gross sales, total assets, and number of employees, among others. Ultimately, the introduction of additional taxpayer classifications aligns with the objective of providing better service and ensuring efficient tax administration. It acknowledges the diverse needs and capacities of different taxpayer categories, promoting fairness and encouraging the growth and success of micro and small businesses. For ease of compliance with tax laws, rules, and regulations, the bill also requires the BIR to simplify tax returns and processes to be implemented for taxpayers classified as micro and small taxpayers. To champion the capacity and potential of micro and small enterprises even further, this measure proposes the elimination of the annual registration fee of 500 pesos. By removing this financial burden, we can empower our businesses to allocate their funds strategically in other critical areas such as marketing initiatives, product development, and staff training. Additionally, the Ease of Paying Taxes Act aims to revolutionize the current process of filing tax returns and paying taxes. As institutionalized by this proposed measure, taxpayers will have the flexibility to file their returns and make payments at any RDO or any authorized agent bank, regardless of whether it's located within the jurisdiction of the RDO where they are registered. In relation to this, the proposed measure emphasizes the importance of allowing the settlement of estate tax and donors tax in any RDO. This significant change will alleviate the burden placed on taxpayers who currently have to travel long distances or encounter logistical challenges in order to fulfill their tax obligations. Moreover, this piece of legislation paves the way to institutionalize the use of digital filing and payment via any BIR-accredited payment channels or platforms. As part of the government's push for digitalization, this optional method can help increase compliance by making it easier and more convenient for taxpayers to file their taxes and pay on time. This would eliminate the need for taxpayers to physically go to their RDO and AAB, reducing travel costs and waiting times. Consequently, it minimizes direct interactions between the BIR and taxpayers, mitigating the risk of corruption and harassment. The registration of taxpayers can also be conveniently carried out electronically through any BIR accredited platform. Similarly, the process of changing the registered address and canceling BIR registration can also be efficiently completed electronically. Likewise, the bill also mandates the BIR to process the refund of income tax within 150 days from the date of submission of complete documents in support of the application filed. By imposing a clear timeline for the processing of tax refunds, we can ensure that our taxpayers are not left hanging in uncertainty. Mr. President, the current tax administration system is far from perfect. It is overly complicated, burdensome, and time-consuming. By simplifying the tax system, we can reduce opportunities for corruption and improve tax compliance. This, in turn, will lead to increased government revenues. Thus, it will be a win-win situation where taxpayers feel valued and supported, and the government can efficiently collect the necessary revenue to fund vital social services and infrastructure projects that benefit all Filipinos. At this juncture, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to the co-author of this measure, Senate Majority Leader Senator Joel Villanueva, for his contribution in drafting this significant piece of legislation. Further, let me also acknowledge the active participation of numerous public and private stakeholders following a public hearing and 3 technical working group meetings of the Committee on Ways and Means. As the chairman of the committee, I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their invaluable contributions. From the public sector, the Department of Finance, Bureau of Internal Revenue, Anti-Red Tape Authority, National Tax Research Center, Bureau of Customs, and Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. From the private sector, Tax Management Association of the Philippines, SGV and Company, PwC Philippines, RSM Philippines, PA Grant Thornton, SM Investment, Chemonix, Deloitte Philippines, League of the Cities of the Philippines, Philippine Chamber of Commerce Industry, Management Association of the Philippines, Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants, Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce, and American Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines. Let this piece of legislation signify our commitment as we endeavor to guarantee sustained revenue growth for the country and to strengthen taxpayers' rights. The Ease of Paying Taxes Act will make a tangible difference in the lives of every Filipino by easing the burden of tax compliance and paving the way for a brighter future. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague and sponsor.
Mr. President, likewise, our Majority Leader wishes that his co-sponsorship speech be inserted to records.
Yes, so we take note of that and put that on the records. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just say something, Mr. President?
Yes, Majority Leader, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank our distinguished sponsor for considering also our Senate Bill number 2128 in this particular committee report. And again, as mentioned by Deputy Majority Leader Senator J.V. Ejercito, I will just ask the body to just consider the sponsorship speech of this representation to be inserted into the records. Thank you again, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, distinguished Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2020 under Committee Report number 58. This is the Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, to continue his interpellation, I move that Senator Win Gatchalian be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Win Gatchalian, is recognized. And of course, the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar.
Ito,
Yung bago, RA 11211.
Kailan?
February 20.
Ano yung voting dito? Check lang. Unanimous pa. Yung RA 11211.
We'd like to recognize also the secretaries that are here with us today. I believe I saw Secretary Balisacan of NEDA. I see the National Treasurer there. I see also, who else are with us? Maybe we can have them sit at the gallery area. Session suspended for 1 minute. We'll just read the names of those who are here today and so that we can proceed with the debates. Secretary Balisacan is here. I saw him earlier sitting there in the back. We have Governor Felipe Medalla of the BSP. Governor, thank you for coming. We have Sec Mina Pangandaman is here as well. And of course, our Treasurer, Ma'am Rosalia De Leon, as I mentioned earlier. And I'm not sure if Secretary Ben Jokno is here. He's here. He's here. He's entering the session hall. So please proceed, sponsor. I see that you have a full house of the finance team here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. May I proceed, Mr.
Yes,
President?
please proceed, my distinguished.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the good sponsor for accepting this representation, second round of some clarificatory questions, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I raised this during the hearings, and but I'll raise it again because I want to put on record here in plenary this important issue that I think the body should also consider. In 2019, we approved RA 11211, and this is to strengthen the Bangko Sentral, in which one of the features of that law is to increase its capitalization from 50 billion pesos to 200 billion pesos. And in 2019, this representation was already here. The bill RA 21121 received unanimous support from the Senate. Everyone voted, including the minority. And this is because we were made to appreciate that the increasing capitalization is important to bring stability, further stability in the banking sector, and to enable the BSP to respond to the changing times. In fact, Mr. President, I was reviewing the transcript of that discussion, and let me just read for the record, and the staff can flash on the screen the discussion of the capitalization, Mr. President. So in September 5, 2016, in one of the hearings, Governor Tetanco mentioned, and let me read, we present to the Senate the case for ensuring the corporate viability of the BSP. We seek to increase in its capitalization by 150 billion. The economy has expanded. The financial system it supervises has grown many times over, while the BSP's capitalization has remained constant in the last 23 years. To better manage the risk it faces in its operation, we seek the authority to establish adequate loss allowances and create reserve buffers. In recognition that the funds deployed by the BSP are public in nature, we ask for the restoration of our tax-exempt status and the treatment of unsecured BSP claims as preferred credit similar to that enjoyed by the Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation. And lastly, it says, he said, Mr. Chairman, we wish to convey to you that the BSP, once strengthened, can be even more responsive in meeting the challenges to the economy and the financial system over the coming decades. And even stronger BSP can help more efficiently create the space for the Philippine economy to continue and flourish despite the many challenges it will face. So, Mr. President, and actually throughout the transcript, there were further discussion on the capitalization. But at that time, Governor Tetanco laid the case of expanding the capitalization by 150 billion pesos, Mr. President. But in this case, Mr. President, in the Maharlika proposal, I saw in the proposal that instead of increasing the capitalization or reaching the desired capitalization for the BSP, the dividends will be diverted as capital for the Maharlika Investment Fund, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, may I ask the good sponsor, why the change of heart? And in 2016, we were all made to understand that this is an urgent matter, and we were made to appreciate that the increase in capitalization of the BSP will enable it to respond to the times. In fact, making it at par with its peers here in the region. So may I ask a good sponsor why the change of heart and why the capitalization of the BSP will no longer be pursued immediately, Mr. President?
Thank you, Your Honor, for that question. To begin with, of course, we have here with us the BSP governor. And based on the existing economic conditions, based on the robust banking system, and of course, there are certain changes that have occurred that have made it more that have given the BSP more flexibility in terms of the increase of capitalization. So it was deemed by them that at this point, we can afford, the country can afford to capitalize the Maharlika Investment Fund. Now, it should also be noted that there are provisions within the law. There is a cap, which is at 50 billion. So meaning that once that threshold has been reached, the BSP will no longer be required to, will have no required dividends once it reaches the 50 billion peso threshold. Aside from that, there's also a provision in the law that allows the government to, if necessary, to modify the requirements or the commitments of the BSP to the Maharlika should the need arise in the future. And of course, if you look at it from a more, I guess, whole of nation approach, it was deemed that there is really a need to pump prime our economy at this point, especially given that we are recovering from COVID-19. I think that, we have to look at the overall economic condition of our country, which would require us to look for additional sources of revenues for our spending, especially in the field of infrastructure. Right now, as I mentioned earlier, primarily our source of funding is through debt. The Maharlika would allow us to fund it through equity, giving us additional fiscal space and improve the overall economic condition of our country. That's if you're asking why it was deemed, why there was why there was I don't know if you'd call it a change in opinion, but yeah, I guess somewhat of a change in opinion. But I think that being said, I think it's still consistent. It's not that we don't want to increase the capitalization. It's just that, of course, there are priorities. We have to look at this from a whole of nation perspective. And right now, there really is a need to access, or hopefully we can access additional funds that would help pump prime our economy and prevent us from entering, a worse economic condition in the short and long term.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor, for that. Good sponsor, I do support the philosophy of using the concept of the Maharlika Investment Fund to pump prime the economy. In fact, during the hearings, I remember the resource persons, particularly the DOF, laid a very good case on how the Maharlika Investment Fund can be used as a multiplier to capital, by attracting external capital to come in or by issuing equity, Mr. President. And I see that wisdom and I support that. In fact, I support the developmental role of the Maharlika Investment Fund. However, Mr. President, I think the capitalization of BSP and the capitalization of the Maharlika Investment Fund should not be mutually exclusive. In my view, that this should be achieved simultaneously, Mr. President, because what we were made to understand that the scenario and the size of the economy, the size of the banking sector has grown tremendously over the past years, that the BSP is not equipped anymore to respond to the changing times. And let me also read for the record. Again, I'll read from the transcript because these are the discussions that were the discussions that took place during the deliberation of RA 11211, and this discussion formed part of the thought process why this representation voted in favor of the increase in capitalization. This is a statement from Deputy Governor Vicente Aquino, and this is during the September 13 hearing. And let me quote, of course, the first major proposed amendment to the Bangko Sentral charter is the increased capitalization from 50 to 200 billion. So a proposed increase by 150 billion. Mr. Chairman, the compelling justification for this proposed major amendment is that a full and increased capitalization of 150 billion for the Bangko Sentral will ensure financial strength of the nation's central monetary authority, which is the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. There's no gainsaying that the scale and complexity of the Bangko Sentral's responsibility has been magnified by the growth of the Philippine economy and the rapid expansion of the Philippine financial system. And it goes on. Based on the available accurate statistical data, our economy in real terms as of December 2015 was 11.3 times bigger, or has grown by a factor of 11.3 times since 1993, from 1.3 trillion in 1993 to 15.3 trillion as the end of 2015. The rapid pace of growth of the size of the banking system is actually even higher, at 12.2 times the total banking resources existing as of 1993 or in 1993. And the size of the balance sheet of the central bank has grown more than eightfold since its creation in 1993. Total assets have also risen from a measly 518 billion in 1993 to 4.3 trillion as of December 2015. And the total liabilities have similarly ballooned from 502 billion 20 years ago to 4.2 trillion as of end of December 2015. The Bangko Sentral, as a central monetary authority, has been lagging behind its peers not only in the region but also in other parts of the world. And as the nation's only central monetary authority, the BSP needs a larger or bigger capitalization to enable it to meet the growing needs of the expanding economy and the growing complexity and sophistication of our financial system. Despite all this, the authorized capitalization. Oops, puto lang. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Where is that? And despite all this, the authorized capitalization of the BSP has remained 50 billion, which have taken more than 20 years to be fully subscribed or paid. For these compelling reasons, Mr. Chairman, we are proposing that the capitalization of the Bangko Sentral be increased by at least 150 billion to be fully subscribed by the government of the Republic of the Philippines, and the unpaid subscription shall be fully paid for by the government either in cash and or government securities upon effectivity of the law as amended, or assuming that this is amended and that the adequacy of the capitalization shall be subject to review every 5 years and adjusted upon joint recommendation by the Secretary of Finance, the Secretary of Budget and Management, and the Monetary Board of the Bangko Sentral. And the payment of the unpaid subscription and or increase in capitalization shall be automatically appropriated in the Annual General Appropriations Act, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, in short, we were made to understand that things have already changed in 2016. The economy has expanded, the banking sector has expanded, and yet the expansion of the BSP has not caught up with those two expansions. So we were made to understand, Mr. President, that we are just playing catching up, not only with our own economy and banking industry, but also with our peers. Apparently, if we compare ourselves with our regional peers, we're not at par anymore, Mr. President. So, in other words, Mr. President, based on those discussions, I voted yes, Mr. President, to increase the capitalization, and I trusted the manifestations of Governor Tetanco. I trusted the manifestations of Deputy Governor Aquino, being the sole and central monetary authority of our country. I trusted their manifestations and their request, and therefore we have that law, Mr. President. So Mr. President, based on that. Based on the transcript, Mr. President, again, I am quite concerned that there is a U-turn in terms of policy, and that U-turn, Mr. President, is not in line with the statements of the former management of the BSP. And more so, Mr. President, it's also a credibility issue, Mr. President. I don't want this to be a bad precedent for the next request from the BSP. My personal thoughts on this, Mr. President, is every time BSP will come here and come up with arguments, come up with manifestations, how can we trust them if they can all of a sudden change their tune because they want to fulfill certain change their tune and fulfill certain requirements of certain proposals, Mr. President. So it's not only digressing from the original arguments, but also a credibility issue might be at stake here, Mr. President. And this will not be the last request of the BSP. The BSP will come here for other things. And my personal opinion, it might set a bad precedent if we keep on changing because we want to fulfill certain proposals, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We are very cognizant of your concerns. Just to allay some of your concerns, I'd just like to, first of all, I'd like to mention that, of course, the increase in capitalization of the BSP, of course, will not stop. It will continue. As I said earlier, there are certain provisions in the law that would, starting with the ceiling, the limit, and also the ability to modify, if needed, the commitment of the BSP. And aside from that, another condition that is that would allow the BSP more flexibility is their ability at this point to issue its own debt securities. Alongside the institutionalization of the interest rate corridor system, the BSP has been accorded additional flexibility in the conduct of its open market operations, particularly in cases when it needs to mop up a large part of the surplus liquidity from the financial system. So these are just some of the tools, some of which are embedded in the law, some of which this was just recently a recent amendment in the BSP charter, this ability to issue its own debt securities. So that's one of the things. And aside from that, of course, at this point, we have to show some flexibility, not just given the recent conditions. Since that time that this bill, that this bill on the increase of capitalization was passed, since that time, we know that we were hit by the COVID crisis. In fact, there were a lot of the funding from the COVID response was sourced from the dividends of the BSP. For the last 2 years, they've been deferring income for GAA purposes. In 2019, 23 billion for the COVID response. In 2020, 15 billion, and in 2021, 7 billion. So that was used for the response. And now, what we're faced with is recovery. We are facing a situation much different from before, where we have fiscally, we have a higher debt to GDP ratio, which gives us less room to borrow money to fuel our expansion. In light of that, the economic managers have deemed it necessary and in the best interest of our country to find other sources of funding. And I think that's why at this point, It's important, as the BSP has done before. We look at the situation now. They used funds for the COVID response, but now our priority is the COVID recovery. Unfortunately, our fiscal situation would make it more practical at this point for us to access the capital markets, for us to access perhaps through the equity plays, through equity investments from other nations, which other institutions, which they have shown interest already, to fund our infrastructure projects. I think at this point, given when you've asked about what conditions would change the priorities of the BSP, I think the COVID-19 has changed a lot. Our fiscal position is much changed from what it was several years ago. Our fiscal position is such that it would require us to explore other sources of income, income and other sources of investment. And the Maharlika gives us a vehicle to attract investments from other countries. It gives us a vehicle to invest in our own infrastructure. It gives us an additional source of income and an additional source of capital to fuel the growth. It's very difficult at this point to just issue more debt. At this point, perhaps we need to attract equity. We need to attract investments. We need a vehicle to do so. And we believe that the Maharlika is that vehicle. And also at the same time, we agree with the BSP's commitment that at this point they can absorb these kinds of investments in Maharlika as it would improve the economic situation, the overall economic situation of our country, especially given the destruction, the economic destruction that the COVID has brought upon not just us but the whole world.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I do appreciate the objectives of the Maharlika investment funds. In my view, those were articulated very well during the hearings that were conducted by the good sponsor. We had a very intense and in-depth discussion during the hearings. And I truly appreciate one of the things that convinced me that time is the multiplier effect of capital. I looked at other models and seems to me that that is one of the most important selling points of sovereign wealth funds. I was also convinced by improving the safeguards in the funds. I think the Senate version, the Senate committee version is a much improved version compared to where it started. The safeguards are well improved, and I think the Senate version took into consideration a lot of the inputs from the senators and from our resource persons. But what's more important to me is really how the fund can be used to mobilize capital. I think that is one of the most or the most important feature of the funds. But again, Mr. President, my view is it should not be mutually exclusive, Mr. President. And I understand that the BSP now, from the good sponsor, is in a better position, if I am not mistaken. I understand that it has other tools that it can tap into, and it also financially wise, it's also much stronger at its current state, Mr. President. That's what I understand from the good sponsor. But Mr. President, having said that, I also appreciated the position paper that BSP sent us, and part of the comments in the BSP letter, March 9, that let me just quote from the position paper, Mr. President. It is prudent for the BSP to work with the national government to build its financial buffers in a counter-cyclical manner, i.e. to build the buffers during good times and recapitalize when FX is appreciating and sterilization costs rise. So, Mr. President, having read this position paper, seems to me that now is a good time or the best time to recapitalize the BSP because it's experiencing adequate financial health, or in other words, or even better financial health. And I do agree. In good times like this is a time to put the house in order, put our financial books in order, come up with buffers so that when the bad times come in, whether another pandemic or a banking incident, that we're ready, Mr. President. And I do agree on a counter-cyclical approach, Mr. President. So having said this, Mr. President, and having looked at the position paper of the BSP, isn't it appropriate that now is the time to build up the capital of the BSP? We have a great opportunity now to plow back the dividends of the BSP to reach its desired 200 billion capital, Mr. President. Let us not wait for another banking disaster to happen. I hope it will not happen, whether domestically or foreign. All of with the financial world all interconnected now, a financial disaster outside of the Philippines can cascade to our shores, Mr. President. And that's why I am of the opinion that now is a good time to build that capital so that when things go sour, we're ready to respond. And the BSP, being our sole monetary authority, is there to help us, Mr. President. So I'm also looking at I'm also standing at the point of view of an ordinary consumer, wherein I want my monetary authority and regulator be strong to respond to the times, Mr. President. So yeah, that's why, Mr. President, I'm still quite concerned that we're foregoing the capitalization of BSP. And in my view, this can be achieved simultaneously, building the capital of the Maharlika Investment Fund, at the same time building the capital of the BSP. In that case, we have two strong institutions that can respond to the times, one for development, one for the banking industry and for our economy as a whole, Mr. President. So, is that a possible scenario, Mr. President?
Yeah, well, of course, I appreciate the concern, and I appreciate the statement and the point that your honor is making. The reason for this, of course, is this is the product of discussions with all the relevant agencies, and of course, that's you're right. Of course, capitalization is something that is a priority, but of course, which is precisely why. There was a cap put on the amount that would be invested for the capitalization, and there was also a provision that at any time these commitments can be reviewed. That's why it was put there, so that to ensure that if the conditions should change and should there be a need, we will have the means to respond very quickly and efficiently. But of course, at this point, I mean, when we've weighed out, after weighing out all the given the current economic situation, and after weighing out all the benefits, the costs and benefits of all these, it's always give and take, with regards to these economic issues. Right now we're faced with increasing inflation. We're faced with in order to tame the inflation, we have to increase interest rates. But when you increase interest rates, of course, it's the economy that suffers. So we need, I think, at this point, we need something to pump prime the economy. We need access to additional funds because our current fiscal situation does not afford us that kind of flexibility. So this is just the balance that we struck, and this is the balance that we have to strike, and it was deemed by the economic team that this reflects that balance that is needed in order for us to maintain our economic trajectory. Not to say that the capitalization is not important; it is. That's precisely why we put these provisions in the bill, to ensure that we have the flexibility to make changes should the need arise, should the conditions change. But right now, as we see it, as as the economic team sees it, we need to we need to maintain the trajectory. We need to generate employment. We need the economy to be strong. At the same time, we have to tame inflation. So, it's a balancing act that we continue to do. At this point, certainly, your honor is welcome to make any, as we've always been open to suggestions, which is why we have this version of the bill. But I'm just making this statement that after balancing out all these different factors, including the factor which you mentioned, this is the balance that we believe will be optimal that will deliver us the economic results that we are targeting and that we feel that the country needs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor. Mr. President, I receive a message from our good majority leader. I think he has some interjection on the same topic. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I be recognized?
Yes, please proceed,
Thank you.
Majority.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of our dear colleague, seatmate, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, I just wanted to put on record, Mr. President, this representation's interest with regard to this particular topic. And I cannot agree more with the statements made by our seatmate, Senator Gatchalian, with regard to the impact of the delay in BSP's capitalization. I appreciate the answers being given to us by our Deputy Majority Leader, the sponsor of the measure. But let me also take this opportunity because I was also there, Mr. President, during that time, during the deliberation of the new Central Bank Act or RA 11211 in 2016. And the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela quoted Chairman Tetanco. And I remember him saying, and I have here also the minutes of the hearing. Chairman Tetanco said that the increase in the capitalization of BSP from 50 billion to 200 billion is to enable BSP, and I quote, to better manage the risk it faces in its operation and to establish adequate loss allowances and create reserve buffers, close quote. So, Mr. President, I'm still wondering why would there be a problem if we continue to increase the capitalization of BSP, because I think it is very important to note that given that the rationale for the increase in its capitalization is to prepare the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas for possible shocks. And in light of the continuous threat of global recession, you look at the average inflation rate from January to April, that's 7.9%. January, 8.7%. February, 8.6%. March, 7.6%. April, 6.6%. So average po nito is 7.9%, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I just ask just one question? How prepared is BSP in absorbing shocks given its 50 billion peso capitalization?
Thank you. I think the presence of the governor is here and he's fully supportive of this bill. But let me just say again, we are not saying that there will be no more increase in capitalization. We are just saying that there is a ceiling on the amount that they will give, precisely why there's a ceiling of 50 billion. After the 50 billion threshold is reached, of course, they will resume the increase in capitalization. It's just that at this point in time, given the economic conditions, given that they have additional tools to help combat any, should there be any economic problems that arise, they do have, such as the issuance of these securities. At the same time, again, they have a provision that specifically says, should there be a need in the bill, there's a provision that says, should there be a need to, they can review this commitment of the BSP. Meaning at any time, should the BSP decide that there are certain occurrences that would necessitate an increase, a short-term increase in the capitalization or an immediate increase in the capitalization of BSP, they can respond very quickly. That's provided for in the bill. I just note that. And
Thank
the
you,
reason
Mr.
why,
President.
yes, so that's provided for in the bill. Yeah, yes.
Yes, Mr. President. Again, Mr. President, my only concern and what I wanted to emphasize,
Position paper ng BSP.
the readiness of BSP.
Position
Uh,
paper.
it's
Hindi.
being prepared for shocks, Mr. President. I remember in 2022, Mr. President, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, urged the Philippines to conduct additional stress testing po to consider climate change and other external shocks. May we know based on their stress tests, up to what point will BSP be able to absorb shocks, Mr. President?
Again, I mean, again, these, without going to what exactly the BSP, but they do run scenarios, the BSP. And again, they have the flexibility to change. I mean, if this 50 billion, if it takes them 3 years, then after that, they'll be able to push through the capitalization. At this point, if there are any changes, they will be able to respond. That's why it's provided for in the bill that they can immediately review if needed the timing of these the use of the dividends. So I mean, I think we have to give the BSP some credit that they know what they can handle, and they have that's why we gave them the provision in the law that would give them the flexibility to respond should the need arise. But for them at this point, I guess, they've already run whatever scenarios, whatever models that need to be run, and they feel that this initial capitalization that will be given to the Maharlika is something they can absorb. Because, of course, ang kapalit naman ng 50 billion ay economic progress, ay investment sa ating mga infrastruktura. Ang kapalit naman ay investment sa ating agrikultura, sa ating enerhiya na kailangan na natin. Kailangan natin ng kapital, kailangan natin maka-generate ng trabaho dahil marami na wala ng trabaho. Kaya at this point, this is the priorities. Kasi the Maharlika will generate, this is what the Maharlika is there for, is to generate jobs, to generate investments in the sectors that lack investment, is to increase our economic growth at a time when we have limited fiscal space. I think that that's important in the short term, and the reason why we're pushing Maharlika is we need to address this now, because after COVID, there has to be a source of funding for these projects. We don't have the same as 3 years ago. We don't have the same fiscal space as we had 3 years ago. We need additional sources of funding now if we want to maintain the economic growth. If we don't maintain the economic growth, then those companies that are having a hard time, who are still trying to recover from COVID, may continue to have hard times if all of a sudden we see our economic growth slip. We see the trajectory of our economic growth slip. So I guess it's always a balance, Your Honor. And of course, I have full faith that the BSP will be able to respond to any scenario that may come. And I think that we've done a good job of giving them the provisions that would allow them to respond. And so I'm confident, if the question is, what the effect of this will be, I'm confident that the BSP is well prepared for these scenarios, and that's why they're here. And I feel that this bill is what we need now in order to recover from our current situation and to sustain our economic growth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our dear colleague for his answers. I would just like to again put on record the importance of continuous increase in the BSP capitalization. I support the new Central Bank Act, the RA number 11211, because of the fact that we were all convinced in 2016 the need for capitalization and to continue increasing the capitalization. So it's important to discuss the impact of the delay in BSP's capitalization. And I thank the gentleman from Valenzuela for raising this up. I am also of the knowledge na hindi lamang po BSP ang pwedeng pagkuhanan ng papondohan nitong Maharlika funds. Again, I just want to caution our colleagues here in the Senate, and that's the beauty of the Senate. We discuss things here and we debate. And again, I will reserve my right to ask questions later. Thank you again for the indulgence of the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela. Thank you, Senator Villar, also. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader, for that interjection and for sharing us your thoughts on the subject matter. Mr. President, just to continue with on the same topic, Mr. President, I just want to get some details because we want to narrow down some of the details on this matter. How much dividends does BSP declare on the average, Mr. President? And what is the forecast for the dividends declaration in the next few years, Mr. President?
And percent of what? For the past 3 years, the BSP has an average dividend of about 18 billion pesos.
About 18 billion pesos, Mr. President. And is that the projected, I know you don't have a crystal ball, Mr. President, but and I know BSP is is a institution that is very good with numbers, but nevertheless, for discussion purposes, what is the projected dividends for the next annual dividends for the next few years, Mr. President?
More or less, the projections would be the same, more or less.
Okay.
Given
And Mr. President, if we plow in, assuming we follow RA 11211, how long will it take to capitalize BSP to its required 200 billion capital, Mr. President?
how long would it take to pay
To reach the 200 billion?
about 7 years without the commitment to Maharlika.
And with the commitment, Mr. President, how long will it take?
14 years. Approximately.
About 14 years, Mr. President. Mr. President, isn't 14 years too much of an uncertainty? It's more than a decade, Mr. President, and almost 2 different administrations, Mr. President. That's also part of my concern because as it is right now, 7 years seems to be a long time. That's one administration, but 14 years is 2 administrations, Mr. President. And as we all know, anything can happen in 14 years, Mr. President. And my concern is just the uncertainty for the next 14 years.
Yes, that's precisely we have the modification provision so that and possible other sources.
Some vegetable fund board. So it's not just limited to BSP.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. That 50 plus one.
And I think, Your Honor, it's also important to note that the 15 billion is not just BSP, it can also be other sources. So that's precisely why we have the modification provision and in the law, if other sources arise, the government has the option to utilize those to complete the capitalization of Maharlika.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a new provision, a new proviso in the bill. And the proviso, and let me just read it, provided further that the Monetary Board may recommend to the President of the Philippines a modification of BSP's dividend contribution to the MIC whenever economic conditions may warrant, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the record, what is being contemplated here, Mr. President?
What? To the list, yeah.
Yeah, what is contemplated here is, it gives, we have the ability to either reduce or suspend the payments for the capitalization of Maharlika should the need arise at any point.
But can it also increase, Mr. President? For example, if the economic conditions in the eyes of BSP becomes superb and everything becomes super rosy, can the modification?
You mean the ceiling? Can it be increased? No, it cannot. You mean the 50 billion ceiling? Can it be increased? No, it's,
Not the 50 billion, but the 50% allocation, Mr. President. Can it be increased?
no, it's, well,
Because the
100%. So, that the first 2 years definitely cannot be increased. But
The first 2 years is already 100%.
100%, that's why it
But
cannot be.
the third, fourth year and onwards, can it be increased if the conditions become rosy and bright?
Yeah, but they have to stick, and it's provided for in the law that they have to stick with the schedule.
But the monetary board is empowered to
They cannot go
modify.
above. They cannot, in other words, they cannot go above. But if there's a need, they can modify it to
But the
reduce.
modification can come up.
They can
or
reduce or
come down,
suspend.
right?
No, it can come down. It can be reduced or suspended. It cannot increase.
Okay, Mr. President, so, okay. That's clarified because in the way it's written right now, it's too broad, but at least from my interpretation, modification can go up, can go down. Economic conditions can also go up, go down, Mr. President.
Hindi pwedeng itaas.
So, but I think what is being contemplated here is more on the downward trend of the economy. I think that's what's being contemplated. However, the way it's written, it can go
Perhaps
both ways.
Yes, I think that's it's a very valid point, Your Excellency, and perhaps we can include this in the law to make it more specific so that there's no confusion about that you cannot increase. You can decrease, you can suspend, but your point is well taken, and that can be made clearer. We can still make that clear.
Yeah, at the proper time, Mr. President will recommend to His Honor some language to reflect the intention. I know the intention is really if the economy enters a downturn, the Monetary Board can recommend a modification or a suspension. Modification meaning reduce the allocation so that the dividends can be plowed back to the BSP if warranted. So I think that is the intention of the proviso, Mr. President. Mr. President, I understand that the dividends is to a tune of 18 billion. Let's put it at 20 billion on the average, Mr. President. Mr. President, if we compare this to the investable funds of Land Bank and DBP, I understand that the investable funds of Land Bank is 1.4 trillion.
Yes, actually, the
And-
amount that they'll be investing accounts for approximately 3% of their investable funds.
Okay. And the investable funds of DBP is about 865 billion, Mr. President.
Yes, that is correct.
This one?
890, sorry, 890, Mr. President. So in other words, the amount that Land Bank and DBP will be putting in, 50 billion for Land Bank and then 25 billion for DBP, compared to its investable funds, is not
It's approximately 3%,
Yeah, about
between 3 to 4%.
3% to and 2% for DBP, Mr. President. So the size is not it's not big, not as significant, Mr. President. And Mr. President, looking at looking at the dividends of the BSP, Mr. President, and comparing it to the investable funds, Mr. President, I think there is, my personal opinion is there's still room for Land Bank and DBP to absorb the BSP's portion to be infused in the Maharlika Investment Fund, Mr. President. And this is what I'm driving at, that we can achieve both goals of development and strengthening the monetary authority, and looking at the size of the investable funds of both banks. uh, in my opinion, absorbing the Bangko Central portion will not affect significantly the allocation of both banks, Mr. President, because of the enormous size of its investable funds, Mr. President. Is this something that is workable? Because I'm trying to look for a win-win solution. Alam niyo naman, mahilig ako sa win-win solution, Mr. President. So I'm trying to look for a win-win solution in which we fulfill the capitalization of Maharlika, will fulfill the capitalization of BSP, and the promises made here in 2016 will be fulfilled, Mr. President. So I'm looking for a solution to achieve both mandates, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, your point is well taken, and I think I think the economic team has also made their point, and certainly we're willing to hear out any proposals. Also, I'd also like to point out, in addition to what I mentioned earlier, that I think it's important also that the national government has a stake as well in the Maharlika Fund, which the capitalization of the BSP represents. It's the national government stake in the Maharlika, because of course the land bank is its own entity. But it's nice. I think it would be ideal for the NG to also have some investment in the Maharlika Fund as well.
On a move to same direction, but a little off tangent question, Mr. President. But part of the source of that 50 billion, Mr. President, it will be coming from the privatization. I understand, Mr. President. What is the forecast for the privatization? Are there projects in the pipeline already for the privatization, Mr. President?
Yes, of course, the privatization is a potential source. But of course, as you know, in government, these things take time. And from the government's perspective, I think the Maharlika is something that's needed in the short term. So that's why we have this contribution from this immediate contribution from the BSP of their dividends. But certainly in the short term, if there are other sources of funding, the government will be open to that.
Are there any projections already, Mr. President? What are the projects to be privatized? Are there projects in the pipeline already? What
Yeah,
size?
We actually furnished the list, and this was given to the committee. I can furnish your honor with a list also. The DOF has a list of big ticket government assets for disposal that can also be utilized. But as you know, the privatization of or the disposal of government assets is something that must be done with care and has to go through the proper due diligence. So this might take a little longer, but certainly in the future, in the perhaps short term, maybe hopefully in the near future, these can become a source also of the capitalization of Maharlika.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that. And yes, I would appreciate a copy of the projects that will be privatized, and also the estimated proceeds that will be coming from those from the privatization, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I think my point is very clear, Mr. President, that we were made to understand, me, Senator Joel, and the other, I think 17 senators who unanimously voted for the new Central Bank Act, Republic Act number 11211. We were made to understand that by increasing the BSP's capital, it will be stronger, responsive to the changing times, especially in the banking sector and also to our economy, Mr. President. So we voted in the affirmative, and by voting to allow or by voting to allow the BSP to plow in their capital to the Maharlika Investment Fund is going against that original vote, Mr. President. So that's why am suggesting, and maybe through the period of amendment, is to rechannel the requirement to the two GFIs, Mr. President, because if you look at the net investable funds, it runs into trillions, and the land bank is only putting 3% of its net investable funds to the Maharlika Investment Fund. The DBP is about 2%. So, in my opinion, they can absorb the share of the BSP so that the BSP can proceed with its capitalization, hopefully not longer than 7 years, hopefully as soon as possible. And Mr. President, more than that, Mr. President, my concern is really the reputation of the BSP and its credibility. Will not be the last time the BSP will come to Congress requesting for various things. And personally, I hold the BSP in high regard, considering that I know that they are staffed with experts, staffed with really credible people, incorruptible people. But a change in tune will not reflect good on the credibility of the BSP, Mr. President. So I'm also thinking down the road, no? Not only with this proposal, but also other proposals that the BSP will come to Congress for. And most importantly, Mr. President, is we don't want to set a bad precedent, Mr. President. And I am sure that this issue will come up later on. For example, if BSP will request to increase its capital to 400 billion or 500 billion, this issue will probably come up, or most likely come up, because of credibility issues. So, Mr. President, I do hope that the good sponsor will consider this humble representation's concern, and at the proper time, Mr. President, will submit some proposals. Of course, subject to the analysis and to the wisdom of the good sponsor. But I share his intention of moving the country forward with innovative approaches, one of which is creation of a sovereign wealth fund, Mr. President. But we need to look at the unintended consequences very carefully, and then that is this representation's concern. So, Mr. President, I thank the good sponsor for his time. Thank you very much for his responses. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your concerns are very well appreciated.
Session suspended. Mr. President, next to interpolate is the distinguished gentleman from Sorsogon, Senator Chiscudero. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from Sorsogon is recognized, Senator Escudero, and to continue sponsoring is our distinguished colleague, Senator Mark Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman yield to a few questions, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I already talked to the distinguished sponsor that I will be awaiting the committee amendments and will be asking questions based on those amendments, given that I have seen the proposed amendments emanating from the economic team. And with very few additions, most of them are satisfactory to this representation. But some preliminary questions, Mr. President, Your Honor. May I ask, is this a GOCC, Mr. President, Your Honor? MIC. Is MIC a GOCC?
Yes.
I'm sure the gentleman, Mr. President, is aware of the constitutional provision with respect to GOCCs, wherein the rule is that no corporation will be created by law and that it may only be created under the revised Corporation Code of the Philippines. But by way of exception, Congress can pass a law creating a GOCC, but with two requirements, Mr. President, Your Honor. One, it is in the interest of the common good, and two, subject to the test of economic viability. I raised this matter in issue during the committee deliberations, Mr. President, Your Honor, and I haven't seen that document evidencing economic viability test, and that this passes that test. Lilipat na lang ako, nakapala yung
I've been made aware that they have submitted viability.
I have not seen it, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Perhaps we can furnish you with a copy. I can direct the relevant agency to furnish Your Honor with a copy of this.
Out of curiosity, Mr. President, Your Honor, who came up with this test of economic viability? Because if at all, this is the first time in the long time I've been in Congress, except for the last 3 years prior to my return to the Senate, that this is being asked for. So may I ask, sino bang gumagawa ng test of economic viability required by the Constitution before we create a GOCC? Which agency is tasked to do this?
The Treasury. The Treasury did a business proposal and they submitted this to the committee.
May I ask, Mr. President, Your Honor, is this sound policy that the Bureau of Treasury is the one making or issuing a finding on test of economic viability? To begin with, the Bureau of Treasury is not even part of the MIC.
Well, they've been tasked by the Department of Finance to do so.
They have been tasked, I know that. That's why I've been coordinating with Leah the past several weeks. But the
Yes.
question still is, which agency should come up with this test of economic viability? Again, this is not a simple requirement that this representation is asking for. It is a constitutional requirement. And to pass constitutional scrutiny, which I'm sure sectors will be filing cases questioning this MIC, MIF before the Supreme Court, we should be ready if at all we will pass this. Well, may I see the document, Mr. President, Your Honor?
Yes, I will instruct them to give you the document.
So it is a document prepared by the Bureau of Treasury.
Upon instructions of the DOF, yes.
Signed off to by NEDA, signed off to by the Department of Finance, or signed simply by the Treasurer?
It was submitted to the committee and it was under the orders, I guess, under the direction of the Department of Finance.
That is verbal, Mr. President. Again, this document will be asked for.
And we will furnish you
To
with
the-
the document now.
Should the case be filed before the Supreme Court. So I want to make sure if indeed it went through the process and the legal process at that as to who is required to issue it.
Perhaps we can ask a page to, we can ask a page. We have a picture of the, we can give you an actual copy. Can we just?
I thought it was submitted, Mr. President, Your Honor, to the committee. So the
It's
committee should
submitted,
have a
so we
copy.
can give you a copy. We have instructed them to furnish you a copy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't belabor that point until I get a copy. But again, I've asked for this copy from the beginning of our interpellations from our economic managers. Second, Mr. President, Your Honor, what is the applicability, if any, of the revised corporation code provisions to the MIC?
Well, the rules aren't as specific, but of course, we see here in the law, the general applications such as the authorized capital and other requirements of incorporation the rest are provided for in the law. Okay.
In the proposed bill?
The concepts, what we have here are concepts, but of course, the specifics are provided for. It will be provided for in the, yes, in the IRR and also in terms of the decision of the Board of Directors.
Mr. President, Your Honor, all GOCCs, the charters of all GOCCs cannot possibly provide for every incident or possibility they may face or may arise. So usually, the revised corporation code has suppletory application to it. So my question is, does it, and will it be provided in the bill that the revised corporation code will have suppletory application? Insofar as the MIC is concerned, if there is no provision in either its articles of incorporation, and in this case the law, and or its bylaws.
It says here in section 54, the suppletory application, the provisions of RA number 11232 as amended, also known as the revised corporation code of the Philippines, shall be applicable to the MIC.
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor. Is the same true with respect to the revised Securities Act? Does it have suppletory application as well?
Yes, the security regulations code. Yes.
It applies as well suppletorily.
Suppletory.
Next, Mr. President, Your Honor, I didn't see it in the bill. If I remember correctly, I also didn't see it in the proposed amendment. The term of the corporation, is there a term, a lifetime of the corporation, either in the committee version or in the proposed amendments of the economic?
No, it is not. It's not provided for in the bill. There's no term, and even I believe the revised corporation code allows for perpetual existence of a corporation.
Is that the intent here, Mr. President, Your Honor? Because even the BSP has a term. And the BSP will surely outlast any corporation GOCC we create, this one included, but the BSP itself, the charter.
As it stands now, that is the intent of the bill, perpetual.
Would
But we
this
are
be-
open to any suggestions, of course, if Your Honor feels that there's something that but as it is written right now in the bill, it is there's no term.
May I ask the authors of the measure or those who crafted this measure, what was their intention in not putting a term, a lifetime for this? What's the reason for making it perpetual? Again, compared to the BSP, which is the most important GOCC actually we have in the country. If that has a term, why will this have more precedence or importance than the BSP itself?
I would think, I suppose, to have this something of this magnitude, should perhaps it's an intergenerational management. You know, these are when it comes to these sovereign funds. You know, these are. I suppose they exist. The extent and the timeline, the longevity of the fund is deemed to be more applicable without a term limit. But again, should there be any concerns, we are open to any possible suggestions.
At the proper time, Mr. President, Your Honor, we will suggest an amendment unless an amendment will emanate from the committee by the period of committee amendments. Because again, the BSP will be here long after we're gone. In fact, long after this MIC is gone, the BSP will forever be here. And yet, when we crafted the law creating amending the charter of the BSP, Congress in its wisdom thought it best not to make it perpetual and to provide for a fixed term. At the proper time, Mr. President, given the willingness of the distinguished sponsor, we will propose the corresponding amendment to the measure insofar as the lifetime or term of the MIC is concerned. Next point, Mr. President, Your Honor, I read the transcript of the interpellations by our colleagues, and a statement was made with respect to equity financing being a good source of monies that can fund projects that the national budget cannot fund. Would that be correct? Would my
Yes.
reading of the interpellation and answers be correct?
That's, yes, that's one of the possible uses of the Maharlika Fund.
We just recently passed or sponsored the PPP amendment or the law amending, the bill amending the PPP. That is one vehicle too, right? Where we can access private equity to fund certain government projects where there is no expense whatsoever from government.
Yes.
And this would be on top of it, similar to it, or in addition to it, or a redundancy of that.
It's not a redundancy, it would be in addition. You know, there, of course, when you talk about PPPs, you know, that's, of course, that's another medium, that's another source of funding for this government. But certainly, with this, with an additional source of funding, it can only help, it can only add to the capabilities of government.
Now, I read also the points on interpellation given by the sponsor that it can fund projects that the GAA cannot fund, to include roads, bridges, vertical structures. Would that be correct?
Yes.
If that is the case, Mr. President, Your Honor, let's say a road connecting X municipality to Y municipality costing, let's say, $1 billion. How will MIC earn from that investment? Will it be a toll road? Where is the return on investment on the fund?
I think it's important to note one, not all projects, of course, will be will be attractive to equity investments. Not all, but I'm saying there are a lot of, for instance, like you said, of course, you do have to do a viability. It would have to go through NEDA. You know, there's a very robust vetting process for a lot of our projects, and they do compute the IRR. So there are projects that can be that can prove to give a good investment. And I'm not just talking about roads. I'm also talking about in the energy sector. I'm talking about even other infrastructure. It can be IT infrastructure. It can be agricultural. There's a lot of investments that can be made in different ways. It can be, you know, you're investing equity in a company that's operating, that it perhaps is going to operate some infrastructure. There are many different ways that I guess this sort of equity investment can enter. And I think that Maharlika, as I mentioned earlier, provides a medium for that. But
And not
not,
only-
of course, not all. I mean, not every project is viable for equity investment. Certainly, there are projects that government does that has a timeline that might not be as attractive to the private sector. But there are projects that do yield very, very attractive rate of return, and that can also be attractive to foreign investors through the Maharlika.
Mr. President, I'm not talking about private equity investment on infrastructure. I was talking of the MIC using the MIF to invest in a road. What is the ROI of the MIC from that road that will be constructed if you're not excluding it anymore? Because initially, the bill excluded infrastructure. So if it now will include infrastructure, my question is, private equity will come in by way of preferred shares based on the amendment. So it's not really a specific investment. My question is, if MIC and MIF can now be used to fund infrastructure projects of government that cannot be funded by the GAA, where is the return? How will, for example, Land Bank and DBP earn from the construction of a 10-kilometer road unless it's going to be a toll road
Yeah,
Unless
it can be a toll road. It can be a operated maintenance contract. There are very many coming from the infrastructure sector. There can be opportunities for operations and maintenance. The DPWH spends a lot on maintenance and operation of the road. That in some instances, the entity can invest in the construction of the road itself and eventually charge a toll, or the government can build the road and the entity can engage in the operation and maintenance of the road. So the GAA would no longer have to fund the maintenance of the aforementioned road. Similarly, for other projects, perhaps just thinking of more examples, perhaps it can be also for expansion of our airports, other infrastructure requirements that would also might be attractive to the private sector. They might want to have some equity there. Government might want to have some upside on some of these projects. So they might want to have a stake. It doesn't necessarily, what stake, of course, how big a stake would depend, of course, on the board of directors. But I think there are a lot of opportunities for something like Maharlika. And I think it's also, I guess it's also attractive to foreigners, I guess, foreign investments, because, of course, when they see that the government also is supportive of the fund, it gives them a higher level, a higher sense of security for their investment.
Mr. President, I'm confused with respect to private equity investing directly in a specific project. That would be PPP. The only way by which private equity can come in through Maharlika would be by investing in Maharlika. And Maharlika in turn will decide where to invest these funds. So my question is, if Maharlika does not exclude rather, infrastructure projects, ang tanong ko nga, paano nyo mababayaran yung dapat kikitain ng DBP at Land Bank sa ininvest na pera sa inyo, sa Maharlika, kung gagamitin yung pondo para gumawa ng kalye? Asan yung balik nun? Kung gagamitin yung pondo para gumawa ng tulay? Unless what you're telling me is that all infrastructure projects Maharlika will spend on will be a toll bridge or toll road para makabalik. The basic difference between DPWH and Maharlika is that DPWH is not a business, it's a public service.
That's true.
They give
And
it.
there are expenses that are incurred by government in the maintenance of these. So what I'm saying here is, and it's not limited just to roads. Whether it be power plants, whether it be airports, they can yield a good return. And I'm not saying that the Maharlika is something viable for all investments, but it gives a source of additional capital, whether it be, like you said, I never said that it could not invest in PPPs, but nevertheless, these infrastructure projects are beneficial to the country. And I think that sometimes there are gaps in these projects that the government can fill in. The private capital that is accessible to our local conglomerates is also limited. And the Maharlika is an additional pool of capital that can be accessed to fund these projects that do yield. Again, the Maharlika is designed as an investment, it's designed to invest in projects that, of course, have to meet a certain level of yield, of course. So it's up to them to pick these projects out and see which of these projects, of course, with prioritizing with a priority for local infrastructure projects that do serve also our socio-economic agenda.
Mr. President, again, sorry if I'm belaboring the point. Just to clarify, so lahat ng infrastructure projects na i-investa ng Maharlika dapat may kita?
Yes.
Through a toll road, by charging a toll, because you cannot get the
Yes.
earnings from constructing the
Yes.
road, from the maintenance of the road.
Yes.
Government will pay that on top of it.
Yes.
So may kita lahat. Hindi pwedeng gawang gawa.
Yes.
That's
It's
the
not.
job of DPWH.
It's not a. Yes. Again, this is. It has to yield. There has to be a yield for whatever it invests in.
Now, speaking
Yes.
of yield, forgive me, I will do a straight computation. The 2% overhead of MIC is yearly. So kung ang initial investment is, let's say, 100 billion, 2 billion ang initial budget ng MIC for the first year. 2 billion again for the second year, assuming walang magdagdag. Kung may magdagdag, edi 2% yon ng let's say 200 billion or 4 billion. Is that how this will be run, Mr. President? Your Honor?
It's not a requirement. It's a cap. It's a cap. So just to ensure that it doesn't go beyond the 2%. It's a threshold that was set, so it doesn't exceed that. Doesn't mean that it's required to hit that 2%. It just means it can never go beyond the 2%.
I agree, Mr. President, but it's yearly. So, kung 100 billion, assuming hindi madagdagan, 2 billion on the first year, 2 billion maximum on the second year, 2 billion maximum on the third year, and it goes on and on, whether kumikita yung pondo o hindi. Would that be correct?
Yes, it's tied to the it's not tied to the income of the fund. It's tied to the
So on the first year, they can only invest 98% of the fund. On the second year, kung walang dumagdag, they can only invest 96% of the fund. On the third year, so on and so
I would
forth.
think that depends on the board of directors. You know, again, the 2% is it's a ceiling. They're not required to spend it. They're just required to not go beyond it. So I guess I mean, it would be a management decision as to whether or not they will if there's a reason to maximize the 2% threshold.
I raise the question, Mr. President, Your Honor, because the bill proposes incentives if they earn. But they can continue on spending 2% even if they're not earning. And I presume any investments they will be making will not be earning for the next 3 to 5 years, if you really want a big yield. But so the question is, may incentive ka pag kumita, wala namang disincentive pag hindi kumita, 2 billion cap pa rin siya, 2% cap pa rin siya. Would that, I mean,
I think regardless, I mean, in any most mutual funds in the private sector, they have what you call a lot. Well, not a large number, not all. Have something like they call it a 2 and 20, which is 2% of the assets, and they receive 20% of the income. That's in the private sector, which of course doesn't necessarily apply. My point in citing this is that you know, in terms of when you have the size of, there's somehow managing the assets is also a function of the costs in managing a certain level of assets is also a function of the admin costs is also a function of the size of the fund. So similarly to any company, I mean, they have ratios, whether it's a small company or whether it's a construction company, there are certain expenses associated with the size of whatever they're managing. It can be the size of the project, it can be the size of the funds managed. Nevertheless, there are variable expenses associated with the size of this fund. In this case, it's the fund. So that was the basis for the 2%. I think that would be consistent with a lot of the
no,
the other private sector. And and again, just to add, sorry, Your Honor, just to add that of course they do have the ability to reduce the operating and administrative expenses. So again, that's part of good management, but I guess we have to set a ceiling at some point. So, you know, and I think that this is a very reasonable ceiling and based on the practice of the private sector.
Mr. President, I understand where the authors, the sponsor is coming from. So 2%, dati nang dapat kumita ng 2%. Land Bank and DP during the hearing said they were earning on average 6 to 8%. So let's average it off at 7%. You have to give Land Bank and DBP a return of 7% per annum on what they invested in MIC. So I will add to that the 2% overhead expense, so that's 9%. Cost pa lang to ah. If you add inflation, I'll be kind, at 6%, then you're talking 13%. Then whatever investments the fund will be making will take this into account, correct?
Yes.
To earn, they must earn a yield of at least 13% conservatively. If you really want to earn, I think in the interpellations mention was made that the Norway fund was earning 25%. I don't know if that's net or gross. Now, an invest or gross. Now, an investment that will net you 10% means your investment in Maharlika should be earning 23%. Would that be correct?
I think with regards to this kind of investment and this scale, anything above, when you talk about, of course, you want to beat your cost of capital and inflation, but beating it by sometimes like your cost of capital, when you're talking about basis points, you don't need to be earning as much. As you just have to the spreads don't have to be that big because you're talking about a large scale investment. So it really depends on your risk appetite and your invest. But this is no different than any other mutual fund. Of course, you want to beat inflation. You want to beat your opportunity cost. You want to beat the yield. So you take these all into account, and that's why we get these experts to come up with an investment plan that will achieve the yield that they need.
No, I agree, Mr. President. All I'm saying is that it will be a tremendous challenge for those running the MIC to come up with that yield just to pay for the cost of capital. So essentially, the cost of capital is the return from Land Bank and DBP of 7% plus your overhead of 2%, 9%. Agad-agad yun, wala pang iba, wala pa yung inflation. And fine, equity. But right now, there's no private equity. It's government investing in the MIC. Wala pa tayong pinag-uusapang private equity. Now, if government is investing in this, wouldn't it be cheaper? Our economic managers are here to simply issue a bond at 6%. Wala ka pang sakit na ulo. It would appear that it's more expensive for us to invest through the MIC because we will be paying 9%. When if we issue bonds, 6%, 7%.
Well, if you issue bonds, that's essentially taking on additional debt. We're talking about equity investments. So, you're with regards to equity investments, there's no commitment to pay at a certain any amount at a certain time. That's why, from our perspective, if we can attract these equity investments, of course, you're right. It's not easy to yield these like above like 10%. It's not easy. Certainly, it's not. That's why these people that's why we get the best of the best. Now, if we're talking about, if you look at other companies, private companies, yes, they look for those kinds of yields, but of course, they're able to achieve them also. The government. I've seen many companies who have hurdle rates of 10, 11%, and they're able to achieve this. So, and the inflation rate, of course, now it's quite high, but of course, regardless of the situation, you still need to put your money somewhere. Ideally you want to beat inflation, but in a time like this, I think it's a very unique circumstance where we have an extremely high rate of inflation, it's not a sustainable economic condition, which is precisely why we're trying to lower our inflation so that our companies can achieve the yields that they want. So if we're asking like, is it difficult? Well, I mean, it's always a challenge, but certainly the economic managers feel that there are these opportunities where we can achieve the yields that we want. And at the same time, these projects, they do play a role in our socio-economic agenda. So while there is the benefit, the social benefit of these projects, which also, while it's not part of the economic computation, it's also something that we should also think about and take into account. But that being said, you're right. At its base, we have to make sure that this fund gives a sufficient yield to the government. And again, like I said, 2% is a cap, but certainly it's something that it's a cap. So should there be any suggestions on how? On this, we're more than open. But I think we just have to remember that, like any business, the administrative cost is always a function of the volume, whether it's revenues or whether it's assets managed. There's always a variable cost associated with that, and we have to be realistic and reflect that expense also.
Mr. President, Your Honor, the gentleman said that unlike a debt that you have to pay at a certain time, May I ask, the investment of Land Bank and DBP, how will the return on their investments be computed, paid, and how often? And will the Bangko Sentral look the other way with respect to the huge investment of Land Bank and DBP, which would violate certain policies and manuals of the Bangko Sentral, given the huge investment in a singular company? How will they be paid? Again,
Well,
they're
the
earning
invest-
something like 7% per annum. So if you
The-
compute that.
The investment is about, to begin with, the computer investment's approximately 3% of their investable funds. And banks in general, they're required to buy, mostly, I would say 60%, maybe 60 to 70% would be invested in government securities, which probably would yield, at this point, would yield a coupon that's less than inflation. Because inflation at 6%, I think, or maybe a little above inflation, maybe around inflation now. So I think it's 6 flat now, right? In the T-bills. But then again, so if you're a bank and your investable funds is mostly in government securities, you're not really beating inflation. So there's a need to also invest in some equities that you would think that would hopefully yield you a better return. But of course, there's always a risk factor associated with these that you have to mitigate. But that has to be part of your investment pool. It cannot just be T-bills because you also want to maximize your returns for your investable funds. But at the same time, that's all part of risk management.
So my question stands, Mr. President, Your Honor. Paano, gaano kadalas at kailan babayaran ng Land Bank at DBP sa investment nila?
That is based like any other fund. When you of course, the board of directors will decide what dividend to issue. You can't dictate a fund if you were to give a specific amount at a specific time, then that would be in essence that would be a bond. Whereas an equity, you're paying for an upside in the value of the company. So if the value of the company increases, that you would have to. That's the upside. So I mean that's just the balance. I mean, when you deal with equities, there's no fixed return, but in exchange for that, you're also paying a premium. You're also paying for the possibility of unlimited upside, in theory.
Mr. President, again, that is possible in theory, but I ask this question, Mr. President, Your Honor, because Land Bank and DBP have been run quite well the past so many years. In fact, they've been earning. And if Land Bank and DBP freely decided to invest in MIC, I have no problem with that. But we're obligating both Land Bank and DBP to invest in this big unknown. So I asked the question about a return on their part. For sure, they're concerned because they don't know where this will go. But their bosses in the higher ups ordered them to invest, so they will, and they are. That's where I'm coming from, Mr. President, Your Honor. Ano yung assurance nila ng Land Bank at DBP on the part of government too, that they will earn and or be paid from this quote-unquote mandatory forced investment? Because it is.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying the nature of Maharlika is as an investment fund. It does not. These sort of funds do not issue specific dividends at specific times. That's the nature of this kind of equity. Again, these funds, you're sacrificing with T-bills, of course, you have a fixed return, fixed time. And I appreciate that. I mean, there is an appetite for that, and you have to invest in that because those are very secure instruments. But of course, you also have to invest in these kinds of equities because they have an unlimited upside. There's no limit to their upside. But of course, in exchange for that, you have to incur a certain level of risk. But that being said, when you look at the mandate of the Maharlika to invest in local projects where we do have some level of expertise, and I know this because I've had a lot of interactions with the NEDA, and I know they do a very good job of computing the economic rate of return, they go through whether they go through like projections, they know exactly what the benefits of certain projects. My point in saying this is the government is very well equipped to make decisions in investment that would give us a best possible chance of getting a good return. And I'm not saying that they should invest. I mean, I think that it's not a big part of their fund. Every investment fund will have a certain level of equities that they will invest in, and I think the Maharlika is a good outlet for that because one, it's local projects which we have a lot of knowledge. The government has a lot of knowledge of this. Secretary of Finance is there. He is very knowledgeable about the socio-economic projects here. And at the same time, if you're investing in the Philippines, I think that there are other benefits that may not immediately be quantifiable, but they generate a lot of jobs. They they bring they help invigorate our economy, and well, that's just the additional benefits from
Mr. President,
investing in this kind of fund.
Mr. President, Your Honor, I appreciate the response of the distinguished sponsor, but may I ask, will the Bangko Sentral apply the same rules it applies to other banks with respect to banks' investments of its investable funds, given that, again, this is a forced investment on the part of both Land Bank and DBP? Will they still be covered by the same rules of the Bangko Sentral, or will they be exempted? This was one of the concerns of both Land Bank and DBP in their position paper, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yes,
They would be violating certain BSP issuances. So are they exempt?
Yes, the two banks' investments will be subject to the same regulations applied to other banks.
The concern, Mr. President, Your Honor, of both Land Bank and DBP in the position papers they submitted is that they will be violating BSP regulations if they invest this huge of an amount in a singular corporation's shareholdings. So will they be exempt? Based on their own position paper, that's what they said. So are we exempting them? How long will we exempt them? If not, will BSP simply look the other way if they will be still following the same rules or subject to the same rules?
All banks are allowed to apply for regulatory relief. So this is, if that should be needed, then they would have to go through the procedure that any other bank would have to go through. So
Mr.
there's no
President-
exception for
Mr.
this.
President, Your Honor, this is by law. They have no choice. And they're already being obligated to invest 50 and 25 or 150. When will they apply for regulatory relief, since we're the ones obligating them? Bearing in mind that the Secretary of Finance sits as chair of Land Bank. So when will they apply for this? Again, this is not something freely done. This is not something the board of directors of Land Bank or DBP decided. And if they will be exceeding certain parameters, they will apply for relief. This is something we're obligating them to do. So when will they do it if they will be subject to the same rules?
The existing investment requirement will not breach the regulatory threshold set by the BSP. It's not projected to. But if should there, and again, they will be subject to the same rules that every other bank is subject to.
Now, we talked about Land Bank and DBP. We're also obligating PAGCOR and BSP. Same rules, yung rate of return, may rate of return by PAGCOR.
Rate of return,
Through
PAGCOR,
dividends.
sorry, I didn't catch that.
Magbibigay ng pondo ang PAGCOR, di ba? Are we treating PAGCOR's investment similarly with Land Bank and DBP?
No, it's that's the PAGCOR is part of the share of PAGCOR will be part of the 50 billion national government share of the 50 billion national government contribution to Maharlika.
So walang mapupunta sa PAGCOR. The same is true for BSP.
This is not, we're talking about national government.
Kaya wala.
So the dividends will go to the national government.
To the national government, not to either PAGCOR or BSP.
No, it will go to national government.
Di ba may balance sheet din ng BSP na dapat i-maintain? The BSP governor is there. Di ba?
That's why it's taken from the dividends, because the dividends are, they're the part of the dividends of the BSP and part of the dividends of PAGCOR that are supposed to be remitted to national government.
So it will not be directly contributed. It will be through the GA?
It will be a dividend, yes.
No. The initial investment of BSP.
It'll be a
and
special account. I'm made aware it's a special account in the GAA
So through the GA.
through a mechanism in the GAA, yes.
So the funding coming from PAGCOR and BSP, even if we pass the law today or tomorrow or next week, will be done by 2024 unless a supplemental budget is passed by Congress. Would that be correct?
Special account in the general fund, just automatically appropriate.
Yeah, but you have to wait till then.
And then, sa, the dividend appropriate. Their dividends are.
So it's a special account that will be automatically appropriated. You don't have to wait till, and you don't have to wait till the GAA. There's a special account that I've been made aware of.
Automatically appropriated by virtue of what authority? What's the legal basis of the automatic appropriation to MIC?
The amount, it says here in section 51, the amount of contribution provided in section 6 shall be remitted to the National Treasury as a special account in the general fund are hereby appropriated solely for the payment of the MIC's capitalization.
So what is the authority, Mr. President, Your Honor? The law
The law,
creating MIC.
yes.
So it will not go through the GAA anymore.
No,
The same is true with PAGCOR.
that's correct, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. President, Your Honor, before leaving Land Bank and DBP, there are various bills filed to merge both Land Bank and DBP. And yet the requirement of the law is the CEO of Land Bank will be part of the board. The CEO of DBP will be part of the
They will
board.
nominate. They will nominate.
It says the CEO.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, if it is merged,
I'm sorry, my mistake. Yes, you're correct, the CEO.
if it is
Yeah.
merged, Mr. President, Your Honor, and the surviving entity inherits whatever assets, privileges, and obligations the dying entity may have or will have. Hindi naman pwedeng dalawang CEO ng surviving entity. So baka pwede, desisyonan na natin to, intayin niyo muna yung merger, o kesa naman naamiendahan na naman natin to, pagdating ng panahon, pag nag-merger.
So
Unless in
to
the-
answer your question, the merger of Land Bank and DBP will be a de jure merger whereby the surviving GFI will absorb all the combined businesses of the merged GFIs. And the surviving GFI will therefore assume the capital infusion of the absorbed GFI. And in terms of the composition of the board, the bill provides that the specific guidelines for this section, including the rules of appointment, shall be provided in the implementing rules of the regulation. So perhaps one option is to amend Section 20 to instead provide two of the highest ranking officers or two directors from the surviving entity.
Where will that be placed, Mr. President, Your Honor? Because I believe that the merger of DBP and Land Bank won't go through Congress anymore. So, walang batas
Section
yun.
20, we can amend Section 20 to accommodate the possible merger.
So, hindi na CEO. We can amend that actually.
Yeah.
We recognize Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President, with the kind indulgence of the gentleman from Sorsogon. And apologies, I was not able to preliminarily ask also the good sponsor. Just to make of record at this point, Mr. President, that this representation has a pending resolution to investigate that proposed merger of the Land Bank and the DBP. Also because of an issue mentioned by the good gentleman from Sorsogon, that there is an argument from the side of the executive na pwede na nilang gawin yon by executive fiat. Whereas there's an opposing view that my resolution would also like to look into that hindi po pwedeng gagawin without legislative action. So just for the record, Mr. President, that maraming salamat sa good sponsor at sa gentleman from Sorsogon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Malamang mas interesado yung pinapanood mo dyan kaysa ginagawa namin dito. Moving forward, Mr. President, just a couple more points. Just a couple more points. Wala tuloy ako. Hindi, tapos na yun eh. No, so if the sponsor is open to amending that particular section in order to pave the way for the possibility of that merger, given that it won't need an act of Congress anymore, that's the position of this administration. I think an opinion has already been rendered by the DOJ to that effect. So at least we can accommodate that possible change already in this bill, sans any amendments in the future. Two more points, Mr. President. Your Honor, Section 6, second to the last paragraph under item 4 in relation to Section 7, second paragraph of Senate Bill 2020 allows upon the recommendation of the advisory board the use of stock dividends only to subscribe and pay the authorized capital stock. But in case of an increase in the authorized capital stock, all unappropriated retained earnings, sans the advisory board assent, can be made. Why is that so, Mr. President, Your Honor? Shouldn't the same rule apply na dapat yung advisory board may say pa din pagdating sa increase ng authorized capital stock at hindi yung paggamit lang ng dividend sa pagbayad ng existing authorized capital stock? It's a minor change, Mr. President, Your Honor, just for clarity.
Your Honor, can you let me know what is the specific section?
Section 6, second to the last paragraph, under item 4, in relation to section 7, second paragraph, unless I'm referring to the proposed amendments. I get confused already, but I think this is the Senate bill.
Section 6 namin is capitalization.
Because our section 6 in this committee report is on capitalization and initial funding. I'm just trying to find the.
Item 4, section 6, second to the last paragraph, under item 4.
Okay.
In relation to this one.
Okay.
At the proper time, Mr. President, just to include the advisory council's participation with respect to the increase in the authorized capital stock.
Yes,
I see.
yes, actually, yes.
I see Leah nodding. So, one last point, Mr. President. I will await the committee amendments, given that that is what I already read and studied, the committee amendments of the economic team. One last point, Mr. President, on the issuance of bonds. Section 10 says, subject to compliance with the provisions of applicable law, rules, and regulations by the Monetary Board. What exactly are these limitations on the issuance of a bond by the MIC? Ano to mga laws na to at regulations? For example, Mr. President, correct me if I'm wrong. In private companies, you cannot borrow more than 6 times of your cash flow.
Ideally, yeah. That's your ratio. I believe that's the current ratio. That's the ideal. I think 7 times net income. That's a guidance for private companies.
Is that an unwritten rule, or is there a Bangko Sentral regulation to that effect with respect to the issuance of bonds by a company, be it private or government owned?
For any foreign loan, I don't think there's a specific similar, like when you say the current ratio, I think that's a guidance used by a lot of private companies. But what we're talking about here, what applies to this is that in order for the Maharlika to borrow from any foreign entity, it would require approval of the Monetary Board.
My question, Mr. President, to be clear, is that rule or understanding among banks that they will not lend more than 6 or 7 times your cash flow or net income. Is that a fixed regulation issued by the Banco Central, and will it apply to MIC, or is it simply practice?
It's a practice. It's a practice. Of course, I think that it's there is of course, I think all banks have a certain flexibility when it comes to their loans. Of course, that's usually it's ideally that's something that you want to achieve, and it gives you a better credit standing if you are able to meet those ratio requirements. But it's not a requirement in order for you to access debt from these banks.
I will revert during the period of amendments. The legal basis for that, as far as I know, it's not mere practice of banks. But there is actually a regulation issued by the Monetary Board with respect to the issuance of bonds by a private or government-owned company. Because there should be a limit at some point.
I know, but they're saying it's a ratio.
There should be a limit at some point. So my question is this. If it is common practice, the issuance of a bond would require Monetary Board approval, correct?
Yes.
So dahil wala pa namang earnings ang MIC, and as you say, there is no law requiring a cap of 6 times net income or cash flow. So on its first year, Maharlika Investment Corporation can issue bonds, meaning there is no prohibition because it has no income yet. It
Well,
has no cash flow yet.
The prohibition, I guess, it's not a prohibited, but of course, again, it would have to, your control there is you would have to go through the it would have to receive approval from the Monetary Board.
And the guideline of the Monetary Board would be, anong requirement nila? My question is basically, Mr. President, can the MIC issue bonds on its first year? Given that
I
it
think-
has no income yet.
I think that, of course, they have their own, and I think they can furnish you with the exact ratio. I guess, like in any other loan, like in any other bank, there are certain ratios, but it's not the only thing that you look at. I don't think it's, I think they give themselves a certain level of flexibility in the end. But of course, these are the ratios that you want to see, the ratios that you look at when you make the decision. But in terms of legally, this is the amount that they have to have before they can issue the loan. I don't think there's a hard and fast requirement, but we're just talking about the factors that they take into account when they make the decision about whether or not to allow them to borrow from foreign entities.
And will these bonds have a government guarantee?
No, it's specific in the law that any debt incurred will be secured by the assets of the MIC.
The assets only of the MIC and will not be covered by any government guarantee.
No, it will not.
One last point on bonds, Mr. President, Your Honor. So pag nag-issue ng bonds, it is for a specific project or to fund the authorized capital stock of the MIC? Is it the choice of the board of directors? Is there a prohibition?
No,
Is there a
not-
limitation?
The capitalization is not, there's no, it was not part of the capitalization. The issuance of debt will not be part of the capitalization.
Is it prohibited in the bill, Mr. President, Your Honor?
But I think the bill is very specific about the sources of the funds. It says here in section 6, very specific about the sources of the funds, and then they'll issue preferred shares that can be accessed that can be subscribed by government or perhaps some private entities. So I think that's very specific. I don't think there's much room for, much flexibility there. But if you want to change,
No, so it's prohibited. The
Yeah,
interpretation of
it's
the
not,
good sponsor
it's not
is-
part of the, I don't know if it says expressly prohibited, but it's just very clear on what the sources of funding will be. But I guess if we wanted to be explicit about it, we can also be flexible to that.
So by
concern.
exclusion, it's not allowed. We don't
Yeah,
need to, this will be part of the law anyway, because it's the intent of Congress, it's the intent of the
Yes, that
distinguished
is the
sponsor.
intent, and
The intent is not to allow, just to clarify, not to allow the MIC to issue bonds in
For its
order to
capitalization.
fund its authorized capital
Yes.
stock
Yes.
gap.
Yes.
Would
That's
that be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. President, one last point. I'm sure the gentleman has seen the proposed amendments of um, National Treasurer Leah, the committee led by her. Will it be adopted by the committee at the proper time as its committee amendments?
Yeah, of course, I cannot unilaterally, yeah, I cannot
but-
unilaterally say on behalf of what will be accepted or not. But on my part, of course, any recommendation, and I would on my part, I can say that any recommendation is acceptable for me.
Mr. President, I asked the question because this is a certified bill. This is being pushed by the economic team, evidenced by the fact that they're all here. The amendments came from them. There is a difference between me proposing those amendments and it being proposed as part of the committee's amendments. It will hasten the procedure, quite frankly, compared to letting each individual senator propose this or that amendment from the matrix issued by the economic team headed by the national treasurer. So my question is, I'm sure the gentleman has seen it. Will it be adopted? Will it be proposed as part of the committee's amendments? En toto.
Yes, it will.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor. If at all, we'll ask clarificatory questions on those amendments, but very few points, Mr. President, on those amendments at the proper time once they have been introduced already. I thank the good gentleman, Mr. President. I thank our distinguished colleagues for their patience. Magandang hapon. Thank you, Senator Mark.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Risa Ontiveros was supposed to interpret, but she said that she will do her interpolations on Monday. Before we proceed, Mr. President, I request for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2020.
Yes, with the agreement that we made with the minority that they will continue to interpolate on Monday. And we will, of course, accept that agreement. And we now suspend, but we'd like to thank Governor Medalla. We'd like to thank NEDA Secretary Balisacan, Secretary Jokno of the DOF, Secretary Mina for visiting us here today in the Senate. So the motion is to suspend. There's no objection to the motion. Motion is approved. Akin to, boss. Can we make this additional reference to business, Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, we proceed to additional reference of business.
There being no objection, Secretary, please proceed with the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business messages from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 22 May 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 8078, providing for a 30-year national infrastructure program.
Committees on Public Works, Sustainable Development Goals, and Finance.
8162, instituting a national land use policy, providing implementing mechanisms, creating the National Land Use Commission, and appropriating funds therefore.
Refer to Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, Urban Planning, Housing, and Finance.
1171, promoting inclusive and sustainable economic development through the OTOP Philippines program, appropriating funds therefore.
Refer to Committee on Rules.
7600, strengthening the powers and functions of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, amending RA 8293.
To the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
7767, adopting integrated coastal management as a national strategy for the holistic and sustainable management of coastal and related ecosystems and the resources therein, from reach to reef, establishing the National Coastal Greenbelt Action Plan, other supporting mechanisms, and providing funds therefore.
To Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, Waste and Means, and Finance.
79.
Before we take up the next one,
Yes, sir.
I just want to ask the Secretariat, and the sponsor, Senator Villar, Senator Mark Villar, did we just approve the OTOP, One Town, One Philippines? We approved that, no? One Town, One Project institution. So for BICAM na ito.
Yes.
Because I just read that the House transmitted it to us. So for the creation of the BICAM na lang. All right. Please proceed.
7922, establishing a voucher system for poor and academically qualified students of private higher education institutions and private technical vocational institutions, amending RA 10931.
To the Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
7939, rationalizing disability pension of veterans, amending RA 6948 as amended.
To the Committee on Rules, another measure that we passed already on third reading.
7986, declaring August 1 of every year a special working holiday to be known as the promulgation of the Solemn Declaration of Philippine Independence.
The Committee on Culture and Arts.
8008, providing indigent job seekers discounted or waived fees and charges in the issuance of certain pre-employment documents issued by government agencies.
Committees on Labor and Employment, Social Justice, and Rural Development.
8009, defining electronic violence against women and their children, providing protective measures and prescribing penalties for violations thereof, amending RA 9262.
To the Committees on Women and Children, Science and Technology.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 23 May 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. 7798, increasing the number of Board of Directors of the Mactan Cebu International Airport Authority, amending RA 6958.
Committees on Government Corporations and Public Services.
8001, strengthening further the powers and functions of the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, amending RA 9728 as amended by RA 11453.
Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means, and Finance.
House number 7908, establishing in Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte, a TESDA Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore.
Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education, Finance.
7961, strengthening the Bulacan State University as a system, expanding its curricular offerings and the composition of the governing board, appropriating funds therefore.
Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
425, renaming the Calibo, Banga, Balete, Batan, Altabas National Road as Congressman Allen Salas Quimpo National Highway.
To the Committee on Public Works.
7768, creating a district engineering office in the 3rd Legislative District of the province of Bulacan.
The committee, and would you want to read
Yes.
just all the House bill numbers so we can just make one referral?
All right, sir. House number 7768, 7769, 770, 7933, 7934.
All creation of engineering districts. Refer to Committee on Public Works and Finance.
8003, declaring the municipality of Barlig in Mountain Province a tourism development area.
Committees on Tourism
8004, declaring the area encompassing Mount
and Finance,
Damas.
sorry, Tourism and Finance for the record.
8004, declaring the area encompassing Mount Damas and Ubud Falls, located in Maasin, San Clemente, Tarlac, an ecotourism destination.
Committees on Tourism, Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that 22 May 2023 adopted Senate numbers 1615 as an amendment to House number 5961.
Congratulations to Senator Angara. Your law has been adopted by the House. The birthplace of Philippine surfing, Baler. For the archives, congratulations.
Second additional reference of business, committee reports. Committee Report 72 by the Committee on Public Works on House number 606, renaming the Bohol Island Circumferential Road as the President Carlos P. Garcia Circumferential Road, recommending its approval without amendments, sponsors at Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
73 by the Committee on Public Works on House number 6688, renaming the Urdaneta City Bypass Road to Ambassador Eduardo Danding M. Coanco Jr. Avenue, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate numbers 1111 and 1151, sponsors Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
74 by the Committee on Public Works on House number 6694, renaming the Tambacan Bridge as the Mariano Luch Badellas Senior Bridge, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
75 by the Committee on Public Works on House number 7126, naming the national highway stretching from Barangay San Juan Bautista in the municipality of Tinambak up to Barangay Nalayahan in the municipality of Siluma, all in the province of Camarines Sur, as Speaker Arnulfo Noli Fantabella Highway, recommending approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
76 by the Committee on Public Works on House number 7413, renaming the Agham Road and the BIR Road, all located in Quezon City, as Senator Miriam P. Defensor Santiago Avenue, recommending approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate numbers 1888, 2069, 2163, and 2183, Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
77 by the Committees on Public Works and Finance on House number 1028, converting the Sawang Macalas Road in Romblon into a national road, appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
78 jointly by the Committee on Public Works and Finance on House number 1029, converting the road stretching from Barangay Tugis, Municipality of Odiongan, to Barangay Tugdan, Alcantara, in the province of Romblon into a national road, appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
79 by the Committees on Public Works and Finance on House number 1030, converting the road stretching from Sitio Buliganay, Barangay Panique, Municipality of Odiongan, to Sitio Cabaliwan, all in the province of Romblon, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 1943, Senator Revilla Jr.
The calendar for ordinary business.
80 by the Committees on Public Works and Finance on House number 1031, converting the Sablayan at Panabat, Bagakay Road into a national road, appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 1952, Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
81 by the Committees on Public Works and Finance on House number 1043, creating a district engineering office in the first legislative district of Negros Occidental, appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval without amendment, sponsors Senator Revilla
To
Jr.
the calendar for ordinary business.
82 by the Committee on Public Works on House number 7234, renumbering the Cebu 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th District Engineering Offices to conform and correspond with the numbering of the legislative districts in the province of Cebu, thereby repealing RA 9043 and 9218, recommending approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 2161, sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
83 by the Committee on Public Works and Finance on 7508, creating a district engineering office in the 2nd Legislative District of the province of Southern Leyte, appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
84 by the Committees on Public Works and Finance on House number 7577, creating an additional district engineering office in Zamboanga City, appropriating funds therefore, recommending approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report Number 7 on House Bill Number 606, President Carlos P. Garcia's Circumferential Road in Tagbilaran, Bohol. Committee Report Number 73 on House Bill Number 6688, Ambassador Eduardo Danding M. Coanco Jr. Avenue, Bypass Road, Urdaneta City. Committee Report Number 74 on House Bill Number 6694, Mariano Luch, Badeles Senior Bridge, Tambacan, Iligan City, Northern Mindanao Region. Committee Report Number 75 on House Bill Number 7126, Speaker Arnulfo Noli Puentebella Highway in Camarines Sur. And Committee Report Number 76 on House Bill Number 7413, the Senator Miriam P. Defensor Santiago Avenue in Quezon City. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. And just move to consider the numbers since you already read them all one by one.
Yes,
So, you just could say move for the consideration of these measures.
Yes, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we consider the said measures that were just mentioned.
Yes, thank you. There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we recognize the sponsor for all the measures, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. to deliver his sponsorship.
Our distinguished colleague, the chairman of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla, is recognized. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today, Mr. President, to sponsor a very sentimental measure that gives us a sense of nostalgia. Today, we seek to honor one of our most respected colleagues who before us once walked these hallowed halls and imprinted her indelible impact within this institution. Mr. President, I proudly sponsor House Bill Number 7413, taking into consideration Senate Bill Number 1888 and 2069, 2163, and 2183 under Committee Report 76, or the renaming of Agham Road and BIR Road in Quezon City as Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago Avenue. What more can we give this magnificent woman than immortalize her legacy? Tunay na hindi natin siya malilimutan at ang mga ambag niya sa ating lipunan na magpakailan may nakatatak na sa ating mga alaala. In her own words, they're beyond your strength, hazard beyond your judgment, and in extremities proceed in excellent hope. Bear the accidents of life with dignity and grace, making the best of circumstances. And truly, she made the best out of circumstances, life threw her way. Walang pagsubok ang naging masyadong mahirap at malaki na hindi niya napagtagumpayan, Ginoong Pangulo. Kahit pa sa pinakamapait na mga kabanata ng kanyang buhay, pinili niyang bumangon, lumaban at taas noong magpatuloy. She dared beyond her strength and became the vivid personification of grit and grace. Siguradong sariwa pa ang ating gunita, ang mga pick-up lines niya ni Senator Miriam. Panoorin po natin.
Saan may nanligaw sa akin, magyabang siya at sinabing, nasa dugo talaga namin ang pagiging gwapo. Ang sabi ko naman, bakit sa dugo lang? Bakit hindi napunta sa mukha mo?
Alam mo ba kung bakit pumasa ang anti-cybercrime law? Dahil sa profile picture mo.
Tapos na ba ang exams mo? Baka pwedeng ako naman ang sagutin mo.
Ninyo, sa crush ninyo, sa klase. Pahingi naman ako ng papel sa buhay mo. Kung walang kayang sagot sa exam, ilagay na lang ninyo magmahal. Dahil kailanman hindi mali ang magmahal. Cup noodles ka ba? Gusto kasi kitang buhusan ng kumukulong tubig.
Kung wala naman kayong pambili ng flowers or chocolates sa Valentine's Day, bigyan ninyo ng kiss. Kung ayaw, sabihin nyo, di balik mo.
I will never quit. I will never stop. I will never withdraw.
Minsan may nanligaw sa akin, magyabang siya at sinabing,
Mr. President, naririnig pa rin natin ang matapang niyang boses sa mga committee hearings at plenary deliberations. When we are faced with difficult situations, we cannot help but ask, what should Senator Miriam do? She is truly unforgettable, and hers is a life well lived. Pinakamahusay, pinakamatalino, pinakamatahimik at napakatapang. Yan si Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago. She has set shining example, and her footsteps paved the way for leadership we all aspire to emulate. Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago, the Iron Lady of Asia, was a recipient of the Philippines' highest national honor, the Quezon Service Cross. She was widely recognized, both here and abroad, not only for her inexplicable sharpness, but also in her advocacy against corruption. She walked so that many others who she has inspired could run. Her impact, influence, and inspiration continue to echo in every corner of the Senate. Her voice continues to reverberate in our consciousness to always remind us of our sacred duty to serve our countrymen. Kaya karangalang may tuturing ang tumindig ngayon sa bulwagang ito na minsan nakadinig sa kanyang mga di malilimutang pahayag at tinig upang hikayatin ang aking mga kasamahan na suportahan ng panukalang ito na ang tanging hangad ay iukit sa mga pahina ng kasaysayan ang mapapanatayang husay, ang hindi mapapantayang husay at giting ni Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago. She did it not because of the honor or recognition, but because it was right. And precisely that is what we are doing now. And it is only right that we memorialize her. She is a rare gem, a once-in-a-lifetime leader who we have been blessed to walk with, learn from, and be inspired by. Si Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago ay sui generis, a class of her own. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. So that's the sponsorship of Committee Report number 76. Do you want to make that an omnibus sponsorship for all the rest?
Mr. President, I likewise rise to sponsor committee reports number 72, 73, 74, and 75. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
President.
very much, Your Honor.
Just insert into the record.
Yes. Yes, distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, we entered into an agreement earlier that if only the measure about the renaming of BIR and Agham be sponsored
I didn't know
tonight.
that.
Yes.
Sorry.
So, and
I'm
then
sorry.
I think it's also not in order that the speech was all about the renaming, and then all of a sudden it covers 4 to 5 other committee reports. So, Mr. President, can we stick to?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't,
just
and my
one-
apologies, I do not, I
just one
wasn't
committee
familiar with
report.
the
Yeah.
agreement that
Okay,
you have
Mr.
with the majority leader.
Mr. President, then I withdraw my.
So you're only sponsoring
Sponsoring
committee
the-
report number 76.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, 76. Got it, for the record. So Majority Leader, what is the pleasure? What is your pleasure, Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President,
Okay lang.
Do we suspend or?
Yes,
do we-
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7413. I so move, Mr.
There be
President.
no objection, motion is approved.
Likewise, Mr. President, I withdraw my motion. Okay na? Ito na lang.
Wala na?
Mr.
Session
President,
suspended. Wait 1 second, the session suspended so that you can ask the ladies in front.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday, May 29, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. There being no objection, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday, May 29. Please stay safe and healthy, everyone.